Introductions by members. Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Okay, let's move to next member. Member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today is my brother Lakhvinder Singh Boparai's birthday, and it was also my husband Baljeet Singh Sandhu's birthday yesterday. My husband and my brother have been so supportive and encouraging to me throughout various journeys in my life. May I please ask all the members of this House to join me to wish happy birthday to my brother Lakhvinder and my husband Baljeet. Happy birthday, Baljeet and Virji. Janam Din Mubarak. Thank you.
Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased today to rise and introduce a constituent of mine, a grade 8 student at St. Michael's University School, Mr. Haven Miller, who's with us. He has taken the morning to cross-examine me on issues of Indigenous relations and reconciliation, and he's extremely knowledgeable about that. He's a debater. He's been in various debating enterprises around British Columbia, and I'm very proud to have him as a constituent and for being with us today. Please join me in welcoming him.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Statements by members.
Member for North Coast.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. For years, the overwhelming narrative of Canadian education taught us generations of non-Indigenous Canadians that Canada was forged by the hard work of white people, and the false narrative that Indigenous people were savage and conquered. An Indigenous friend from Kamloops tells me, it's a near insurmountable task to overcome the lessons that generations of systemic racism taught everyday Canadians, but Indigenous people do it every day. Indigenous people are expected to make up for 100 years of a system that relegated and legislated Native people to the margins of history and society. Then last Thursday, the bodies of over 200 children were discovered in Kamloops in an unmarked mass grave. Suddenly, people across Canada cannot turn a blind eye to the horrors of residential schools. For a moment, no one is telling Indigenous people to get over it. Nobody is blaming these children for their own demise. Canadians are looking in the mirror. But let it not just be the rear view. My friend from Kamloops tells me it's not enough to say you're not racist. Indigenous people need non-Indigenous people to be anti-racist. We're asking you to speak up against racism. As Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon so ably said, let us mourn these lives tragically lost. Let us name the children to ensure we know who they are, and so we can return them to whom they belong. But to honor their lives and countless others, let us act. Let us break the patterns of fighting in courts and legislatures over whether Indigenous peoples have rights and get on with implementing them in tangible ways. Only by doing this are we showing that indeed we are breaking from the past. Thank you.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Johnson Sisam Chow, one of Canada's greatest Chinese painters and calligraphy artists, who recently passed away at the age of 101. Chow was the first president of the Vancouver Association of Chinese Artists, and his paintings and calligraphy have been shown in dozens of museums and cultural institutions around the world. The profound cultural impact that Sisam Chow's works have had on Chinese art, both here in Canada and in China, cannot be understated. The Hong Kong Museum of Art has several Chow's pieces in its permanent collection, and his hometown of Suzhou has even established a museum in his honor. Chow was born in 1923 in Suzhou, China, and moved to Hong Kong in 1949, settling in Canada in 1980. A graduate of the prestigious Suzhou Academy of Fine Arts, Chow became a master of both traditional Chinese art while also pushing boundaries with his modern contemporary style, which profoundly embraces Chinese heritage as well as adopted Western influences. An author of several books, as well as a professor, Chow truly lived his life to the fullest. Although he did not arrive until well into his 50s, Chow was quick to call Canada home, and his legacy on our local art cannot be understated, with his influences found in both the pieces he created and the people he taught and influenced over his illustrious career. A philanthropist at heart, Chow often donated his masterpieces for charity auctions and strongly encouraged education and political participation. A true Renaissance man who inspired all the lives he encountered, we are incredibly saddened to learn of his passing. But his incredible works and legacy will live on for generations to come. Thank you.
Member for Chilliwack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be in Victoria this week to celebrate the start of BC's 4th Annual Accessibility Week. This week we also celebrate National Indigenous Accessibility Week and the incredible work of the British Columbia Aboriginal Network on Disability Society, Canada's first and only standalone organization serving Indigenous peoples with disabilities. During this final week in May, we celebrate the abilities of people, recognize the individuals and organizations that continue to go above and beyond to make our province more inclusive, and raise awareness about what each of us can do to support the right and opportunity of every person with a disability to live in an accessible and inclusive community. We know that every day the more than 926,000 people living with a disability in our province face barriers to full and equitable participation in their communities. And we know that this pandemic has created new barriers for people with disabilities. As we move forward with our recovery, we have an opportunity to make different choices that will break down barriers, promote fairness and equity, and help foster a culture of inclusion in BC. One key part of this work is the province's introduced accessibility legislation. The Accessible British Columbia Act provides us the framework to develop new accessibility standards in a range of areas, including employment, the built environment, and the delivery of services. By proactively identifying, removing, and preventing barriers to inclusion, this legislation will directly improve the lives of people with disabilities in every corner of our province. Beyond this legislation, each one of us can also take steps to remove barriers. We can always use people-first language. We can watch shows or read stories featuring people with disabilities, and we can respect the rules when it comes to accessible parking spots, even if it's just for a quick stop. But the biggest thing that each one of us can do is change our attitudes towards an understanding of disability. This week is an opportunity to promote inclusion and acknowledge the efforts of individuals, workplaces, and communities to build a barrier-free BC. I invite all members to join me and everyone in British Columbia in recognizing May 30th to June 5th as Accessibility Week.
Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise in the House to recognize some work of a valuable organization in the Okanagan and their work in fighting racism throughout the Okanagan. The South Okanagan Immigrant and Community Service, SOICS, is an organization dedicated to welcoming immigrants to the Okanagan and supporting them as they become part of the community. This year, SOICS has teamed up with the Okanagan Chambers of Commerce and the COVID Response Coalition, #OK We've Got This, to develop an anti-racism campaign to fight the increase in racism and hate crimes we've seen as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In this moving video entitled, "What Do You See?", SOICS educates viewers on the racial biases and the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on insights of racism towards ethnic minorities in the Okanagan, while also working to break down barriers and promote understanding. Viewers are introduced to people throughout the Okanagan who share that they are business owners, food producers, employers, and frontline workers, but most importantly, they're also our neighbors, community members, friends, fathers, sisters, and sons and daughters. The video speaks to the beauty that is found in diversity, and in BC, we are lucky to have such diverse groups of people who enrich our communities and bring their own unique understanding to the world. This is something to be celebrated and protected. As allies, friends, and neighbors, and as leaders, we have a responsibility to raise awareness and build understanding. We must actively combat racism and hate in all its forms and work together to create a more inclusive society where everyone feels safe and welcome and has the freedom to celebrate and embrace their heritage without fear. I thank SOICS and the Okanagan Chambers COVID Response Coalition for this important video and the work that they are doing to build a more inclusive Okanagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtenay-Comox.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This Friday, on June 5th, living legend James Francis Edwards, better known as Stocky Edwards, turns 100 years young. When Stocky and his wife Tony, another noteworthy Canadian, entered the room at 888 Comox Wing, Royal Canadian Air Force Association, the atmosphere immediately changes. There's a glow of electricity in the air and a buzzing spark of pride and privilege to be in the company of this World War II hero and natural-born leader. He earned his wings when he was just 20 years old in 1941 and shot down a Messerschmitt on his first sortie in the African desert. He flew first the Kitty Hawk and then the Spitfire. He not only survived 373 sorties, but is the highest-scoring flying ace of the Western Desert Campaign, with 19 confirmed aerial victories and many other successes in crippling the enemy's air campaign. He fought over Italy and first became a squadron leader there. He was in the air over Normandy on D-Day, the day after his 23rd birthday. He returned to Canada to speaking engagements to inspire a nation before returning overseas in 1945, finishing his final mission in Germany a week before their surrender. He credits his successes to his prairie spunk, sharp eyes, and athletic abilities, along with good, clean living, prayerfulness, and plain luck, which earned him the Distinguished Flying Cross and Bar, the Distinguished Flying Medal, and the Canadian Forces Decoration. After the war, he continued to lead and flew Vampires and Sabres and CF-100s, one of the only World War II pilots to go on to fly jets. He's been inducted into Canada's Aviation Hall of Fame, received the Order of Canada, and was knighted with the French National Order of the Legion of Honor. He continues to inspire and make this world a better place. Happy 100th birthday to a Canadian icon, Stocky Edwards.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring recognition to and commend the volunteer work of the Earth Ninjas. I was not aware of the Earth Ninjas until a constituent reached out to me and brought to my attention this small but mighty group of volunteers. Their task and mission, Mr. Speaker, is to bring awareness to roadside litter within their own community and other communities as well. In addition, they roll up their sleeves and clean it up weekly. This team is led by Jocelyn Titus. She's a stay-at-home mom who originally started out by walking with her stepfather, David Brett. She mentioned to me that David was her mentor and role model, and they enjoyed their time out together in nature, but were disturbed by the amount of roadside litter they encountered. Jocelyn started Earth Ninjas in March of 2020 and began to pick up roadside litter in the area of Aldergrove and the township of Langley. She convinced David to join in the task, and many a Sunday the two of them would gather trash and took great pride in leaving the roadside clean of litter. Sadly, into September of 2020, David was tragically taken from this world during a windstorm when a large limb broke and fell from a tree. It would have been understandable, Mr. Speaker, for Jocelyn to have given up collecting the roadside litter, but in David's memory, Jocelyn continued her passion, proving one person can make a difference. To date, Mr. Speaker, the Earth Ninjas have removed roughly 400 bags of trash. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I am saddened there are still people who toss their litter out of their vehicles, and I am sure that this House is in full agreement. So I would ask folks to think before they litter, and if they see it happening, please report it. Jocelyn does have a couple of needs, Mr. Speaker. She would like some more litter pickup sticks, and she is always looking for volunteers who want to join in the task. Would this House please enthusiastically join me in celebrating the dedicated team and work of the Earth Ninjas.
Recognizing Honourable Premier to make a ministerial statement.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and colleagues. I rise today with a heavy, heavy heart. Like all British Columbians, I was horrified to hear reports of an unmarked mass grave on the grounds of the residential school in Kamloops. Although there are no words that can describe how that feels for survivors, words, it seems, must be spoken. And today, this House has an opportunity to look back over the history, the tragic history that is not just a moment in time, but a live history of our situation here in Canada and here in British Columbia. Because for survivors of the residential school atrocities, they live it every day. Their children are also living it, and their grandchildren are living it. It is not something that happened in the past. It is something that is going on right now. And the events in Kamloops over the weekend bring that home graphically to all British Columbians, all Canadians, and indeed the international community. Survivors most assuredly feel grief, they feel heartache, and they feel outrage. Children taken from their homes and sent to who knows where without any notice and told they could not speak their language, they could not practice their culture, oftentimes beaten, oftentimes sexually abused. Impossible to imagine in 2021, yet that is the history of the residential schools in our country. The residential school settlement agreement in 2007 led to the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which in 2015 made 94 calls to action. Many of them are in the letters, the mandate letters of ministers on this side of the House, as they were in the mandate letters of the previous government. They're there because these calls to action are not just a nice thing to do. This is the least we can do to try and do what we can to make amends for a period in time that lives with us to this very day. I still remember the first time I heard a residential school survivor speak in public. I was with my colleague from the Nanaimo North Cowichan, and we were in the Coke Silas School just south of Duncan here on Vancouver Island. And an elder got up, and it was a gymnasium. There were kids running around, there was lots of noise, there was a moment of celebration. But when the elder got up, you could feel the energy in the room change, because every person in there, young ones, other elders, everybody, knew that we were going to hear a story that needs to be passed down, not just for this generation, but future generations, about what happened in Canada with Indigenous peoples. When I heard the story, I made a commitment at that time to do everything that I could. As a student of history, I have 2 degrees in history, and I did not know about the atrocities of residential schools from our public education system, from 2 universities. I did not know. I learned it in a gymnasium from a survivor, talking to his kids and his grandkids about what he had suffered. I had the honor to be invited to Lower Post when I became Premier by the Casca, the Tahltan, and the Taku River Tlingit, to be urged to work with them to get the federal government to knock down the last vestiges of the residential school in Lower Post. And I heard stories there. 2 elders, particularly, one who could not join us in the basement because he could not walk down the stairs one more time, to relive one more time what had happened to him in that building. At the time, the federal government thought it was a perfectly serviceable building, no need to replace it. Fortunately, the federal government has changed their mind. And on this National Indigenous Peoples Day, my colleague, the Minister of Indigenous Relations, and I will be going back to Lower Post at the invitation of the Casca, the Tahltan, and the Taku River Tlingit to knock down that building. And although I was very much looking forward to that moment, it has materially changed as a result of the events in Kamloops this past weekend. Because it is not just a moment in history, as I often revert to protect the emotions that we all have when we think about our children being torn from us by the state, sent to who knows where, to be told to be good white people. Yet unimaginable to us today, yet a very active part of who we are as Canadians. On the 21st of June, when I go to Lower Post to do my part to knock down the history of residential schools, I'll be remembering the Tk'emlúps and the Secwépemc who have vowed to the people of British Columbia and to Canada that they will determine who is there, how they passed away, and pass on those regrets back to the communities that were affected. Courageous move by those two nations. I thank them for the burden that they've taken on. But I want all of us to live with that burden, because that's also the least that we can do. Our children were not taken away from us. Our children were not told to not be who they were. That happened to someone else. But our responsibility as legislators is to make sure that the calls to action, hard fought, are the least that we can do. And on National Indigenous Peoples Day, if you have the good fortune of being in a community with Indigenous people, if you have the good fortune of having a relationship with elders in those communities, sit down, hear a story, and be reminded of the living history of Canada. We're a proud people. We've done extraordinary things together, but we've also done atrocious things together. And collectively, we have a responsibility to face that head on. And after the discovery of a mass grave in Kamloops, it's more real now than ever before.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Premier, for those words. I rise today with a heart filled with grief. Last week, the member for Kamloops South Thompson and myself were left speechless as the news that the remains of 215 children were found buried at the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. By all accounts, 215 children whose deaths were undocumented. 215 children with the indignity of an unmarked grave. 215 families who will never be told what happened to their child. How do you put into words what the Tk'emlúps to Secwépemc people, and indeed all Indigenous people across our province and country, are feeling right now? In the past few days, many of us have remarked that there are no words, as the Premier referenced as well, to describe this horrific discovery. But we must find the words. We cannot continue the silence that allowed this to happen in the first place, that continues to impact generations of Indigenous families in so many ways. We must find the words, and we must take action. We must reaffirm our steadfast commitment to meaningful reconciliation, and survivors must be heard. And we need to work to find them closure and some peace. We can never forget or ignore the 215 children who lost their lives. Each death is an irreplaceable loss for an Indigenous family. Each person mattered, and unthinkably, thousands more also remain lost. Honourable Speaker, I want to say a word about the people in my community in Kamloops where this tragic discovery was made. I need to acknowledge the Tk'emlúps to Secwépemc people and their strength through this difficult process of confirming their worst fears. Cookbee Roseanne Casimir called it a knowing in our community, a feeling that sat heavy in people's hearts for many, many years, until it became a stark reality last week. Taking on this work, knowing the probable and very painful outcome, has been and will continue to be no easy task. Yet Cookbee Casimir and her council are providing strength to all in Secwépemc. The Tk'emlúps to Secwépemc Language and Culture Department conducted this careful work with the help of ceremonial knowledge keepers who ensured cultural protocols were being upheld. They have also been careful and sensitive in the way they have shared this news of the discovery with the community, the media, and the public, because they know how hard this news will come to those who lost loved ones and those who are still dealing with the effects of residential schools. Despite the deep heartbreak and grief felt by many, they are continuing their work on the site, because last week's findings may only be the beginning of the story. I want to thank them for their perseverance and their strength in the face of such tragedy and loss. Kamloops has an interesting history, Mr. Speaker, with Canada when it comes to Indigenous issues. It was 1910 that the Laurier Memorial was signed in Kamloops. Here we are 111 years later, and still no action on that document. Indigenous communities want to see action, Mr. Speaker. It is long since passed. It is incumbent on all of us in this chamber to listen and support the Tk'emlúps-te-Secwépemc in their efforts to ensure their cultural protocols are followed as they work to provide their lost children and their families the dignity of a proper final resting place. This loss is felt by all British Columbians and all Canadians, Indigenous and non-Indigenous alike. We all have heavy hearts today, and we must work together in a good way to heal these painful wounds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to respond to this ministerial statement. Today, my family and the entire BC Green Caucus team stands with our relatives in the interior. We wrap our arms around them in love, we share their tears, and we let them know that we're here for them. Today, I stand in this House to honor those who lost their lives in the residential school system. The words that I'm going to speak today aren't easy, and they are direct. Like many of my peers, my grandparents, my great aunties and uncles are survivors of Kuper Island Residential School. I know that they'd want me here today, honoring the horrors that they lived through by demanding accountability for them. The resounding story that I heard from Indigenous leaders this weekend is that this is the beginning. We know in our hearts this is the beginning. For the last several years, our Crown governments and society believes that it has been doing the work of reconciliation. After all, many of these stories have already been shared by residential school survivors through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. What needs to be addressed here is our response, specifically the urgency in our reaction to what has been and what is being uncovered. It's not that we haven't done anything. We've started the work, but have we really moved as quickly as you would expect after hearing these horrors? We know that if these children were not Indigenous, but rather European, that we would not have been slow to act. I see on social media my friends and colleagues sharing graphics agreeing that all children matter, yet deep down we know that in our society it's just a fact. In Canada and British Columbia, some children matter less. We know underneath the shiny, happy facade of Canada and British Columbia, there lurks a grotesque and shameful past. For 30 years, my relatives have been sharing their experiences from these despicable institutions. For 30 years, those stories have been hushed. Our relatives have been told that Canadians and British Columbians don't want to hear their stories. They've been told to stop lying. They've been told to stop embellishing. There was a statement from this institution that noted the unimaginable proportions of this tragedy. And this is an incredibly unfortunate characterization of the situation that we carry. For Indigenous people, this story is not shocking, nor is it unimaginable. This is the trauma our families have carried for generations. When people ask me what our problem is, why don't we pick ourselves up? They haven't wanted to hear the answer. As we continue to grapple with missing and murdered Indigenous women and children, hanging red dresses in recognition of our current reality, what is uncovered in Kamloops is the stark reminder that this storyline is not new. It has been in the imagination, indeed in the nightmares of our relatives for the past 130 years. It is the terror that our ancestors have lived with. The only reason to call it unimaginable would be because these institutions, these Crown governments, federal and provincial governments, people that populate these chambers in the past either haven't been listening to our stories or they've cared less. because it is a reality in our country that some children have mattered less. These are both terrible considerations. There is nothing to imagine for those who have been paying attention. Our elders, our families have been sharing the grim details of their experiences in residential schools for decades. That is the record of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. You don't have to imagine it. You just have to believe it and care enough to act with the urgency that you would if it was your child that didn't return home from school. It's your kids going to school, not coming home. Not being there when their parents are there to pick them up for Christmas, after the headmaster of the school so graciously allowed them to go home for Christmas, if their parents could find their way to go and pick them up. Duncan Campbell Scott, Deputy Superintendent of Indian Affairs from 1913 to 1932, is often associated with saying, quote, "Kill the Indian, save the man," end quote. Joseph Trutch, whose name is on a plaque right outside that door, British Columbia's first Lieutenant Governor, following Confederation, is quoted as saying, "I think they're the ugliest and laziest creatures I ever saw, and we should as soon think of being afraid of our dogs as of them," end quote. As historian Robin Fisher wrote extensively in Joseph Trutch and the Indian land policy of Trutch's role in dispossessing Indigenous peoples of their lands, he did it quite extensively. Residential schools were a critical tool for the process of killing the Indian, in Scott's words. And deliberately breaking up families by forcing children to residential schools, it was a tool to expedite the process of dispossessing Indigenous people of their lands and resources. RCMP, church officials, and Indian agents would show up to Indigenous communities and forcibly remove children, taking them to these deplorable institutions. There have always been stories in our families of our relatives that didn't come home. The children that died and were buried there with little or no notification to the families. Unfortunately, even as our society has evolved and is more receptive to hearing and acting on these awful stories, this provincial institution continues to be responsible for unacceptable outcomes for Indigenous people. I wish I could say that Indigenous children are no longer forcibly removed from their communities. However, I can't. I wish I could say that Indigenous people were not dramatically overrepresented in fatalities at the hands of police, the criminal justice system, homelessness, suicide, addictions, and drug poisonings, all statistics you don't want to ever be overrepresented in. The accountability that I talked about earlier needs to be in this chamber as well as outside. Our provincial government must accept responsibility for the role that this Crown institution played in this reprehensible history. This is work that should be advanced by all parties in this chamber. Work that could be done by the Select Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs. Let's find ways to engage Indigenous leaders as an assembly to inform our work, because what we're doing is not enough. We cannot wait for the federal government to act. We must believe the survivors. We must stop referring to what we know like we didn't know it. We must stop pretending it was better than it was. We must stop acting like we came by this wealth through honest means, because we did not. This land and the resources this Crown government depends on came from the dispossession of Indigenous people. For decades, this provincial government has benefited from the lands and resources that were secured through residential schools and other disgraceful policies. In honor of those children buried in unmarked graves, in honor of our families who had a child who never came home from school, we must make those resources immediately available for trauma and healing services. All resources needed to restore our languages immediately available. All resources needed to restore our houses of culture and governance immediately available. It's time for the representatives in this chamber to stop saying how we can't do this and start finding ways that we can do it. I'm so grateful for the incredible public response to this tragedy facing our relatives in Kamloops in the interior. I'm grateful for the demands from our family and friends and neighbors to ensure that all children matter. And we can honor those calls by ensuring government responds as if it were our child that didn't come home from school. This is indeed a heavy burden, but is one we can make all lighter if we carry it together. Ait Kasiyam. Thank you.
Members, I want to say thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Take a seat. Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize the Premier and my colleagues for the powerful words delivered in this legislature today. It sets the stage for the work that all of us need to do. Everyone in this legislature wants to know what we can do together, listening to First Nations leaders to support families and Indigenous people in our province. I'm sure the Premier has had the opportunity to speak to First Nations leaders over the weekend. And I would ask him today to outline for British Columbians how he plans to continue discussions with First Nations leaders and what they have said to him about possible next steps that can be taken to honor the lives of these children and support their families.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank all members of this House for the solemnity with which we are addressing these issues following on the revelations from Kamloops from last week. And the Leader of the Opposition is absolutely correct. There is more we can do. Our friend from Saanich North and the Islands inventoried a host of issues that we could address right away. And let me say, again, for our part, this side of the House, in the first mandate letters that we issued in 2017 when we came into government, focused specifically on the calls to action within provincial jurisdiction that were laid out in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission from 2015. And so my ministers have been diligently working on that, as they did, and as all of us did, when we unanimously supported the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Another massive step forward, but again, not, as my colleague from Saanich North and the Islands will remind us, as will my friend from Skeena and the member for Mount Pleasant. Words are fine. Words are fine, but what impact are we going to have on the families that have been affected by this? And it's not, and with great respect, I don't mean to diminish in any way the extraordinary work of the Tk'emlúps and Secwépemc peoples here, but because they are now the epicenter of a national tragedy. And the power of their ability to bring people together is so critically important. And I know that my two friends from the region and the Solicitor General and others will be working to make sure that everything that we can do to get to the bottom of how this could have happened, as my colleague from Saanich North said, this was not a surprise, because it's been talked about not just in Kamloops, but in Lower Post, on Cooper Island, and in other places across British Columbia and around the country. This is a cathartic moment, and a moment that we should all seize, so that we can do everything in our power to relieve the pressure, relieve the strain. And I think it would start by ensuring that our K-12 system does a comprehensive job of telling the story of Canada, not with rose-colored glasses, but with the reality with which it deserves.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Well, I want to thank the Premier for his answer. We all know that the damage is not confined to one community, but it invokes a devastating part of our national history. Right across British Columbia and our country, families are feeling devastation, anger, and hurt. We know that there is a national crisis line and that British Columbia has a First Nations and Indigenous crisis line in place. But again, I would hope the Premier could share with us what additional resources are in place or could be immediately put in place to provide direct support to First Nations people as they grapple with their grief, their loss, and all of us face the likelihood that many more difficult days lie ahead.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and again, I thank the member for her question. And she's absolutely right, through you, Honourable Speaker, that we need to look at the next weeks and months and indeed years and recommit to British Columbia the true story of who we are, how we got here, and where we collectively want to go together. When we unanimously passed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People by bringing in DRIPA in this institution, we sent a message to the world that we are going to turn history upside down, return resources to peoples who have been on this land for millennia. We've been working through the treaty process. We've been working through reconciliation agreements. We've been trying to build capacity on a whole host of issues. The member will know this full well from her extensive period in Executive Council, that governments have been trying for some time to get ahead of these issues, but we have universally failed. Broad steps, bold actions, but does that impact people on the ground? Does that impact those survivors who are living today with Chief Harvey from the Upper Nicola Band, who I've met several times, to hear him say in the public press how this was bringing it all back to him again. Friends that had just thought had gone home, that didn't go home. These are powerful, powerful feelings that we are having. Imagine what's happening in Indigenous communities across this country right now. We have an obligation to release resources where we can to improve people's lives, and we're committed to doing that. And I know that the member opposite will hold us accountable for that, and I look forward to it.
Member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Premier and the other leaders in here that spoke about the events unfolding in Kamloops. Thank you for your words. And with all due respect, now is not the time to talk about UNDRIP or mandate letters from 4 years ago. It's not time for a stump speech. This tragedy is affecting Canadians, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal alike. People are crying. Put aside the politics for a second. Everybody. The confirmation of unmarked grave of 215 children has revived memories for many First Nations people. It confirms what many survivors from all over BC, from 203 bands in BC, have long said. There is a multitude of children who never made it home. For most of the history of these schools, the practice was not to send the bodies of students who died at schools to their home communities. My question, can the Premier tell us, tell the province, tell the people of British Columbia, Aboriginal, non-Aboriginal alike, specifically, what will this government be doing to work with the 203 First Nation communities in BC to repatriate these children?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And as I said in response to an earlier question, we're working with the Secwépemc and the Tk'emlúps to try and work with them to get to a place where we can share this information and actually return people to their traditional territories. And I appreciate the passion with which the member brings these questions. I was not bringing politics in at any time, and I know he wasn't either. This is a moment for British Columbia to understand and fully absorb the magnitude of the stain of residential schools on all of our history, but most importantly, as my friend from North Saanich said, this is an opportunity to try at some modest way to feel the pain and anguish that exists in Indigenous communities right across this province, right across this country. That's what we can hope to bring from this if we are non-Indigenous. But as representatives in this place, collectively, we shall work with the bands in Kamloops and others across this province to bring true reconciliation, to bring all of the calls to action, which were put together not by us, but by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Make sure that those calls to action are real, substantive, and have an impact on people's lives. That's the commitment I can make, and again, I know the member will hold me to that.
Member for Skinner, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And correction, this is not my passion. This is my life. My parents, uncles, aunts, friends, acquaintances from other communities, from 203 communities in BC. This is not just a Kamloops issue. Children from all over BC, from every single community, were sent to residential schools all across BC and Canada. This is not just the burden of the Kamloops people. They are to be commended for bringing this to light, for what we always were suspicious about, based on the stories of people like my parents. And I look forward to everyone in this chamber taking the time to listen and act accordingly. Because I do agree that the time for action is long past. It's long past. I uncovered this in 2004. Everybody, at some point in their life, heard a story about this. The time for action is now. While the whole world is shocked. While Canadians want to know what's next. And so for those who survived residential schools, for their families and friends who had to listen to the stories of the survivors, and of course for the voices of the children that we will never hear. For the Premier, I hope he agrees, as I hope everybody in this House agrees, that we must do everything we can to return these children to their homes.
Speaker, and I very much thank the member for Skeena for his question and the way he presented it. I will commit to this House that working with the Secwepemc and the Kamloops, whatever steps we can take, whatever resources need be brought to bear, working with Indigenous nations across this province to see what we can do to bring all these things together. As I said, the minister and I will be in Lower Post. It will be a powerful moment for those northern nations, and I suspect that there will be nations as well who will be bringing the call in the days and weeks ahead to build out the plan that the member is seeking for us to deliver today. It's not there, it will be, and with his help and with the help of other members of this House, I'm confident that we can bring together a plan that all of us can be proud of as a modest step to address the challenges that have been in place long before many of us came to this House. Certainly, that does not relieve our obligation to do everything we can going forward to make sure that we can do redress appropriately, and that's what we will do.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
I came equipped today with a different question about a different subject, but my hope is that this can be the response to these stories over the weekend can be not just a response from the ministers, but also a response from this Legislative Assembly. And we have the ability to do that. Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, the world's attention has become focused on Fairy Creek because thousands of British Columbians are showing up to protest this provincial government's lack of protection of these rare and endangered ecosystems. 2 weeks ago, I raised the Auditor General's report saying BC is not doing enough to follow its own policy on conservation. Just after that, I highlighted the mapping that a trio of scientists have done showing where the most endangered old forests are and where it needs to be immediately deferred from cutting. Today, I'd like to add that there's a significant amount of federal money on the table, money that BC could use to conserve these forests and support communities through transition. The federal government has put $2.3 billion on the table to expand protected areas, and that could be a game changer, Mr. Speaker, if the NDP chooses to take it. Through you to government, my question is to the Minister of Forests. Will she commit to using every federal dollar that is on the table to protect these endangered old forests and to stop the battles playing out on the ground today?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And it's very true. He knows full well that I'm intimate with the area, Fairy Creek and environs. It's my home community. I know it intimately. I also know the Pachidat, and I also know the Huayat, and I know the Dididat, and it is their territory. We've talked about this in this legislature. At this time, more than ever, we need to acknowledge their rights and title to that territory and sovereignty, in my opinion, over those lands. Having said that, and I got a movement from the member, and I look forward to perhaps a discussion either in here or offline about that, but specifically to the question about federal resources, I too have been hearing of promises of federal resources. I've been asking about those federal resources, and I'm hopeful that they will turn up. But I've heard of federal resources in the past as well, and they have not shown up. I do understand that there are opportunities here. We have been pursuing that in government-to-government discussions through my Intergovernmental Relations Secretariat, as well as in direct conversations with federal officials.
Member for Saanich Northern Ireland, supplemental.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the Premier highlighting the complexity of the situation that we have in these particular areas. Although I think that it's fair to say that the response of British Columbians, the response of people on southern Vancouver Island to Fairy Creek or to specific locations is actually a response about the protection of these last remaining ecosystems, these last remaining endangered ecosystems, the protection of old growth. And, you know, the federal government put $2.3 billion in their budget, and it may or may not be there and may or may not be available immediately. But in the recent BC budget, there wasn't anything, no money. So it's in the federal budget. It's nowhere to be found in the provincial budget. No money to implement the recommendations of the Old Growth Review Panel that the Premier promised to implement fully, all recommendations, in the last election. TJ Watt from the Ancient Forest Alliance says because the federal investment, the BC NDP has been handed the keys to ensure that much of the grandest, most endangered old growth forests can be protected. The federal government is going to have the money on the table. Is the BC government going to chase that money down? Again, my question is to the Minister of Forests. What specific actions is she taking to find out if that money is available? And if not, go to the Treasury Board to ensure that there's money that British Columbia is putting on the table to follow through on the commitments that the BC NDP government made British Columbians in the 2020 election to implement all of the recommendations, specifically recommendation number 6 as a first step to defer these sensitive ecosystems.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And my colleague will know that it was this government that appointed the Old Growth Commission. And we were happy to receive the report, and in fact so happy that we said we would embrace all of the recommendations and implement them. The member will know that there were significant deferrals, some 200,000 hectares, immediately because there had been discussions with Indigenous nations about that, and approval and in fact requests were made to do so. On the other areas, like Fairy Creek, that discussion had yet to take place and is ongoing. I appreciate the member's passion. I am passionate about old trees, and this will come as no surprise to anyone who knows me. No surprise whatsoever. But there are complex issues. The member understands that. I know members from the official opposition understand that. If we're going to make a seismic change in how forestry is done, we need to have buy-in from everyone. That's why tomorrow the Minister of Forests and I will be issuing an intentions paper that will lay out not just how we will address old growth, but how we will address forestry across the province. The time is now to take action when the public's attention to these issues is at its highest. There have been times in our history when forestry has been neglected and forgotten. It is certainly not being neglected and forgotten today. That is a good thing in my mind. We need to take the opportunity that this moment in time presents to us A very capable report, lauded by all those who've had the opportunity to read it, and the government's committed to implementing it. I think the stars are aligning. We're going to have good news tomorrow on the intentions paper and more good news about old-growth logging on Vancouver Island later this summer.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is National Accessibility Week, as we heard earlier, and the Minister has also proclaimed this week Accessibility Week here in British Columbia. This year's theme is Leaving No One Behind. We've seen the work that's been done and is being done in British Columbia on accessibility, and we know there's much more to do. To the Premier, how is the government supporting research and innovation, like spinal cord research, that helps people with significant disabilities lead healthier, more active lives in our communities?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you very much. Let me just begin by saying to everyone that I hope that they have an opportunity to participate in Accessibility Week, National Accessibility Week, which is obviously trumpeted across the country, and in particular in British Columbia, as we become more aware of the accessibility issues and the barriers that we need to remove in order for everyone to be able to live the most inclusive life in British Columbian society. And I want to just thank the member for Surrey South in particular for her advocacy in this role for many years. And I just want to recognize her work. When it comes to specific issues around investments in research, I would suggest that my ministry doesn't engage in that particular type of activity, but so I would direct her question elsewhere. But I'm pleased that she's recognizing and recognizes the importance of all British Columbians to pay attention to Accessibility Week this year.
Member for Surrey South, supplemental.
I'll thank the Minister for his kind words, but appreciate if he doesn't have the answers, perhaps he should not be the one taking the questions. The Premier should be aware that the Praxis Spinal Cord Institute is a global leader in research on all things spinal cord injuries, including treatments for pressure sores. They are based in Vancouver. The organization has had its base operational funding of $3.3 million a year provided by the BC government since it was founded in 2010. Their funding renewal request has been with government for the past year, but 2 months into this new fiscal year, Praxis has not heard if their funding will be renewed. The funding was not renewed as of March 31st. Will the Premier reinstate this funding for spinal cord research today?
Premier.
The member will know that she and I actually met when neither one of us were in this House. We were working with Rick Hansen to raise awareness of spinal cord injury and to bring forward fundraising opportunities for the very research that she's talking about. So I know certainly her focus on this. I know that's a passion of mine as well, and I'll go back, and I apologize for pushing it to Nick. It was, to the Minister responsible, but I interpreted it to be a question on accessibility, not on research. As a budget question, I will go back and talk to the Minister of Finance and the Ministry of Health, where I believe the dollars initially come from, and see where we can get to, and I'll come back to the Minister directly on, or the member directly on that question.
Member for Peace River North.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just to follow up on my colleague's question, Praxis has not heard anything from the government about the fate of their funding. Funding has been provided to this organization since 2010 and needs to be renewed this year, or should have already been renewed. The future of this organization is at risk. It includes 50 highly skilled research jobs. It has no other source of operating funds. So in honour of National Accessibility Week, will the Premier be able to commit today to give Praxis the funding that they do need to survive?
Premier.
Thank you. I thank the member for the question. And as I said to his colleague, I will go back to the Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, find out the status of the funding, and I'll get back to the member for Surrey South. I'm sure she'll pass it on to you.
Member for Peace River North, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Premier. There are 6,000 people that live in BC with spinal cord injuries. In fact, hundreds of people each year get a catastrophic injury like this. These injuries cost over $370 million each year. So I guess to follow up on my previous question, regarding getting us the answers that we're looking for. Will the Premier also, while he's having that conversation, direct his minister to immediately work with Praxis and to ensure that they receive long-term sustainable funding that they need to carry on their work?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And as I said to the member and the one previous, I'll go back, discuss this with ministers and staff, and get an answer to the opposition as quickly as I can.
Member for Kamloops, South Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the Premier created in BC a $500 million high-risk venture capital scheme using public funds. The Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner sent a very strongly worded letter to the government calling out its plans to shroud this high-risk investment fund in secrecy by a number of things, not subjecting NBC to the province's FOI legislation. But when we asked the Premier about it the other week, the Premier hadn't even read the letter. So the question is this: has the Premier now read the letter, and will he listen to the Information and Privacy Commission and subject his high-risk venture capital scheme to FOI?
Minister of Jobs, Economic Recovery and Innovation.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. As the member knows, we canvassed this in great length during the third reading, that similar to the previous government, when they created the BC Immigrant Investment Fund, they chose not to put it under FOI rules at that time. I suspect they did that because they heard similar concerns from the private sector about sensitive commercial information and how that would be handled and made public. That being said, the letter has been received. We are engaging with those in the private sector, those in the investment community, to assess what the views are, and we'll have more information once those consultations are done.
Member for Kamloops, South Thompson, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is a Premier who promised a transparent government, who is now asking to spend $500 million on a high-risk venture capital scheme. No public access to the business plan for NBC, no public access to impact scorecards on each investment, and no subjecting NBC to freedom of information legislation in British Columbia. The Information and Privacy Commissioner has been very clear in his letter that the government's excuses cannot be justified. The letter points out that the BC Investment Management Corporation is far larger and is subject to FOI. So the question again to the Premier is this: why is the Premier ignoring the clear demands of the Information and Privacy Commissioner to subject his government's high-risk venture capital scheme to FOI?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Recovery.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. And again, I think is a little rich from this member giving lessons on FOIs to anyone. But that will take his question on notice, as I've already shared with them multiple times, that we have taken advice from those in the private sector. They've said that there were some concerns. We've seen the letter that's been received just recently from the independent office. We're going to continue to consult with them, and also consult with the private sector to ensure that all the issues that they may have been addressed, and we'll have more information on that in a timely future.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the letter for the Privacy Commissioner came out before the legislation was finished in this House. The Citizen Services Minister was questioned on this in estimates while that bill was still in front of this House. And the Premier was asked about this several weeks ago. It's not that complicated of a concept. The Conflict of Interest Commissioner makes it very clear in his letter that in BC, the $500 million investment scheme should be subject to freedom of information. And in fact, the Premier committed to looking at that letter and making a decision quickly. That was a few weeks ago. So again, to the Premier, is in BC, well, the Premier seems to think it was days ago. I remind the Premier we actually weren't in the Legislature last week, so it's been a couple of weeks. Again, not a complicated ask by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Has the Premier made a decision on whether or not the NBC investment scheme will be subject to freedom of information.
Minister of Citizen Services.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank the members for the question. The Minister of Jobs, Economic Development and Investment has been quite clear that transparency and accountability is going to be critical for this organization. And INBC's legislation requires those annual reports and its performance on these investments. And the ministers then has to table the reports to the Legislative Assembly and make the reports. Now, make those reports public. Now, the members are referring back to the Immigration Fund, and the Jobs Minister has made it very clear that this is a continuation of this fund and that we have put the appropriate measures in place. In fact, I have a letter here from 2010 from the previous Minister of Citizen Services that in fact outlines that to respect legal confidentiality, agreements in place with fund managers operating, and it goes on to say that the fund transparency is achieved through operational reporting under the BCIIF annual report. I'd also like to clarify that the source of the BCIIF's capital fund is not taxpayer funds, but rather sourced from immigrant investors through a federal program. The key there being, Honourable Speaker, is that public transparency is through the annual reporting. Now, this was a decision made by the previous Minister of Citizen Services when asked about the Immigration Fund. We are working with the Privacy Commissioner. The Jobs Minister is ensuring that the accountability and transparency is embedded in this fund through annual reporting, and we're going to continue on that good work.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, with respect to the Minister of Citizen Services, this isn't about 2010. This is about direction from the Conflict of Interest Commissioner in 2021. This is about the Conflict of Interest Commissioner saying that we should, or the Privacy Commissioner saying that we should have in BC $500 million investment scheme subject to FOI. In fact, the Minister of Citizen Services could make that regulatory change with a stroke of a pen. Doesn't need to rely on the Jobs Minister, doesn't even actually have to rely on the Premier to make that happen. So I guess the question to the Minister of Citizen Services is, has the Minister of Citizen Services, given that it's her responsibility to make sure there is freedom of information access on a wide range of issues, based on the letter from the Commissioner, it seemed that the Citizen Services Minister actually was wanting this to fall into freedom of information based on the wording in the letter. Did the Minister of Citizen Services advocate for NBC to be subject to FOI, or did she turn a blind eye to the request from the Commissioner?
Minister of Citizen Services.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And it's great. I have another letter from 2010 here from the previous Minister of Citizen Services that very clearly outlines in response to the request of the Information and Privacy Commissioner of the time that the process for adding new or existing entities begins with the ministry responsible submitting a request. And once the request is received, it would be included in the ministerial regulation for such purposes, and that it would be a broad overreach for the Minister of Citizen Services to go against the Jobs Ministry of the time. Now, again, to the members opposite, we've been consulting, the Minister of Jobs has been consulting with community. We have met with the Privacy Commissioner. We have ensured that all the transparency and accountability are in place. And I think it's just really important to actually restate what the previous Minister of Citizen Services said, that public transparency is achieved through operational reporting under the annual report. That is what we are doing, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
The bell ends the question period. Honourable members, I have the honour of tabling Office of the Ombudsperson Special Report number 47, a cautious way forward. Fairness principles for public service providers regarding the use of COVID-19 vaccine certification. I also have the honor of tabling 2 reports pursuant to COVID-19 Relation Measures Act. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I table the 2020 BC Assessment Authority Annual Service Plan Report as required under Section 16 of the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act.
Member for Victoria Beacon Hill. No. Member for Victoria Beacon Hill.
Thank you. Today, Mr. Speaker, I table a petition from thoughtful constituents of Victoria Beacon Hill concerned about the impact on pets and animals, those with auditory dangers to young children, as well as increased pressure on police. They are advocating for the banning of fireworks, except for the use by professionals. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call second reading debate on Bill 10, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act. In Section A, the Douglas Fir Room, I call estimates debate for the Ministry of Labour. And in Section C, the Birch Room, I call the continued estimates debate for the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. And when that is finished, we will also call at this time the Ministry of Children and Family Development.
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in the House to speak to this important piece of legislation. When COVID began, it challenged many aspects of local democracy. People couldn't safely participate in person for important decision-making or voting in by-elections. The pandemic also presented a number of unexpected financial pressures for local governments. The business of local government had to continue, and so a number of extraordinary measures were put in place to support local governments during this difficult time so they could maintain effective local decision-making and to maintain the financial health of the local government system. The amendments in this bill acknowledge that a number of these measures need to be continued, not only to provide necessary transition and continuity for some local government matters, but also to ensure local governments have the tools they need to deliver services and engage people in the process of government. Some of these measures are currently covered under various ministerial orders that are part of the COVID-19 Related Measures Act, or CIRMA. We've listened to local governments and learned what is important to them. Based on these learnings and experiences, the amendments also add new permanent authorities, where appropriate, to ensure that local governments have the powers they need to effectively govern their communities in any scenario. Further, they also add tools in ministry-specific statutes to allow the ministry to manage a number of local government matters in light of evolving circumstances related to the current pandemic and in the event of any future extraordinary scenario. The proposed amendments to the Community Charter, Local Government Act, and Vancouver Charter will provide new permanent authorities for local governments to be able to hold electronic meetings or e-meetings, as well as electronic public hearings or e-hearings, while maintaining important transparency safeguards. This will provide local governments the ability to offer citizens a mix of in-person, hybrid, or virtual meetings to meet a wider range of people's needs. We're hearing that being able to participate in public hearings and meetings electronically is more accessible and equitable for many people who face barriers to attending in person, whether they're single mothers, people who are caregivers, people without access to transportation, or those with limited mobility. Looking back to the beginning in spring 2020 when I was mayor of Tofino, I know firsthand how local governments found it increasingly difficult and sometimes impossible to adhere to legislative requirements for regularly scheduled meetings and required public hearings for land use matters to be held in person. A ministerial order under the Emergency Program Act was issued to override legislative limitations and to authorize local governments to be able to hold e-meetings where in-person gatherings were unsafe or impossible due to the pandemic. The temporary authorities enabling all local governments to hold e-meetings will continue for the foreseeable future under the ongoing authority of Ministerial Order 192, which is currently part of the COVID-19 Related Measures Act. Once the circumstances related to the pandemic have eased, these new permanent authorities will be brought into force to enable local governments themselves to choose what mix of in-person, hybrid, and virtual meetings meets the needs of their specific community needs. For e-meetings, the proposed amendments continue to safeguard good governance principles, such as public transparency and public participation, by requiring local governments to specify by bylaw when e-meetings will be held electronically and how the public can participate in those electronic meetings. Allowing for virtual meetings with appropriate safeguards is an example of how we've listened to local governments and we're acting on the lessons learned during the pandemic. We're also taking this opportunity to include minor amendments in this bill that will also permanently address a number of operational barriers for improvement districts that came to light during the pandemic. Amendments to the Local Government Act will provide improvement districts more flexibility for the timing of their annual general meetings and the terms of office for local trustees. They'll also remove the requirement for bylaws to have a seal so that bylaws can be sent electronically. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the pandemic, local governments also faced urgent financial pressures. In response, a number of one-time unique financial measures were put in place to support local governments. These are currently contained in Ministerial Order 159 under CIRMA, which will expire July 10th. This bill includes amendments to the Municipalities Enabling and Validating Act No. 4, or MIVA, to move the suite of 2020 COVID-related financial measures and the corresponding repayment obligations into a more permanent legislative framework. This will ensure that the effect of these one-time measures continue as originally intended when they were put in place for 2020 and provide certainty for local governments. These MIVA amendments will continue the obligations requiring local authorities that borrowed from their reserve funds in 2020 to pay for operational shortfalls to repay the borrowed amount by December 31st, 2025. To continue the obligation for local authorities to repay revenue anticipation borrowing incurred in 2020 by December 31st, 2021, and continue bylaws made under Ministerial Order 159 to postpone the tax sale of properties from fall 2020 to fall 2021. The pandemic has demonstrated the need to have specific, targeted legislative tools that can be used to quickly respond to urgent and pressing scenarios that pose challenges for the local government system. This bill also adds 2 new targeted and limited ministerial regulation authorities to the Community Charter to allow the minister to be able to address urgent and unique financial challenges faced by local authorities in special circumstances, such as an emergency scenario or a sudden community crisis that affects financial liquidity. This legislation also adds a targeted and specific ministerial regulation authority in the Local Government Act in relation to local elections. Over the course of the pandemic, the ministry has been working with local governments to mitigate risks and contribute to safer processes for electors and election officials. Since September 2020, over 30 ministerial orders have been put in place to support COVID-safe local by-elections and assent votes in various communities. The new Ministerial Regulation Authority will provide a more robust and effective means of managing local elections processes in special circumstances. And finally, this bill will also remove legislated limitations on electors who are permitted to vote by mail ballot voting in local elections, including by-elections. Amendments to the Local Government Act and the Vancouver Charter will repeal the rules that currently limit mail ballot voting only to persons with a physical disability, illness or injury, or to persons who expect to be absent during voting. Removing these limitations will allow voters who are vulnerable, who may be required to self-isolate, quarantine, or do not feel comfortable voting in person to participate in local elections processes. Bill 10 provides an array of amendments that ensure local governments have the authorities they need to continue to manage through the ongoing and evolving circumstances related to the pandemic and any future extraordinary scenario. The amendments are supported by the Union of BC Municipalities, the Local Government Management Association, as well as the City of Vancouver. We've also been mindful of the requirements of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act as we've developed this legislation. In conclusion, the proposed changes will give local governments more tools and better supports, as well as appropriate permanent authorities to ensure they have the powers they need to effectively support their communities in any scenario. The amendments adding new tools to the ministry-specific statutes will ensure that the minister is able to capably respond to various matters in light of the evolving circumstances related to the current pandemic and in the event of any extraordinary scenario. With that, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you and all members of the House. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues in the continued debate today on this second reading of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, before you sit down, would you please move second reading of the bill?
I should have started by moving second reading. So I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Minister. Recognizing Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. And it gives me a pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill 10. And I appreciate the comments of the Minister of Municipal Affairs, someone that I've known for many years and have tremendous respect for. So I look forward to the really specific questions that we will get to in the committee stage of this bill. But for the purposes of second reading, I think I'll start here, Mr. Chair. It's always great to see the government taking steps to improve the public's access to the civic process and to encourage greater participation in that process, whether in municipal elections or local government meetings. It's indeed a fundamental right of British Columbians and Canadians to exercise their voting rights, to be able to participate in fair and equitable elections and democratic processes at all levels of government. This bill contains a number of measures. Again, we'll get into a lot more detail on these in the coming days. But, Mr. Chair, it allows municipalities and regional districts to hold virtual and hybrid meetings and public hearings in addition to in-person meetings. That's a good thing. It expands eligibility for mail ballot voting in local government elections, making it open to everyone rather than just those individuals who are absent or have an illness, an injury, or disability. That's good. The bill provides for greater flexibility with the timing of annual general meetings and trustee terms for improvement districts. It establishes ministerial authority to make regulations for borrowing in emergency situations and elections administration matters. The repayment of debt for revenue anticipation borrowing by local governments to be delayed for up to a year. Local governments borrowing from the reserve funds to pay for operating expenses. Exceptions or modifications can be made if special circumstances may impact an election, a by-election, or a referendum. The bill provides for continuity of extraordinary financial measures and corresponding repayment obligations under COVID-19 Ministerial Order 159, which is set to expire on July 10th, 2021. There are a number of other items, but this is just a snapshot of some of the more pertinent pieces that I think represent a good step forward. We certainly agree in the official opposition that municipal governments really deserve to have every tool possible to ensure maximum flexibility to engage through bylaws, hybrid and virtual meetings and proceedings if they feel it will expand access to the democratic process for their community members. And the COVID-19 pandemic has indeed shown us why these proposed changes are useful and achievable. I will say from a local perspective in Kamloops, as the minister mentioned, and she was the mayor, she was a mayor at the time, I believe mayor in Tofino at the time. Everything seems to be a bit of a blur the last while. So she was living it. The minister was living this as an elected mayor in the district of Tofino. And I certainly know the city of Kamloops. I remember getting the phone call from our mayor saying, we have a big problem here. We don't know how we're going to continue to function as a local government. We have critical things that need to get done, critical decisions that need to be made. And yet the legislative and the regulatory framework that is in place today, which never contemplated a pandemic that is such as the one that we have just been going through, really tied the hands of local governments behind their backs and made it very difficult to move with the speed that was often needed from a bylaw perspective, or to hold meetings, all the while understanding that there is a requirement for public access to a lot of those meetings and media access to a lot of those meetings. So it was important back in March, and I think it was March 26th when the government brought in a number of ministerial orders, including suspending states of local emergency, enabling local government bylaw officers to enforce provincial health officers' orders related to business closures and public gatherings, and thirdly, to provide the ability to hold more flexible meetings to expedite decisions. It was the right thing to do back then, and all of us remember well how we really didn't know what, certainly in March, we didn't have any idea what was coming next month, a few months later, let alone tomorrow. And it was critically important to be able to move with speed and to move with confidence at the local level. Mr. Chair, some of the amendments outlined in this legislation make permanent the temporary measures established in Ministerial Order 192, which exempts local governments from statutory requirements related to the conduct of meetings, public hearings, and the passage of bylaws. However, we think it's important in the official opposition. We think it's important to very respectfully remind government, remind the minister about the contentiousness of that ministerial order M192 and the Ombudsman's report from June 2020 related to it, considering M192 will remain in force until the COVID-19 emergency authorities are lifted. Very, very important to be aware of those concerns that were raised by the Ombudsman at that time. A little bit of background on the Ombudsman's report. Again, this was in June of 2020. The Ombudsman, Jay Chalk, released his report entitled Extraordinary Times, Extraordinary Measures, 2 Ministerial Orders Made Under the Emergency Program Act in Response to the COVID-19 Pandemic. Mr. Chair, the Ombudsman's report investigated 2 ministerial orders, M098 and M139, later to be replaced with M192, as I've already mentioned. Importantly, the Ombudsman concluded that these orders are contrary to law. They should have been invalid since they overextended the authority of government. The Ombudsman's exact words were this, and I quote, "The issue we investigated is whether those extra powers include the ability for the minister to suspend or temporarily amend BC statutes, and we concluded the minister does not have that authority even in an emergency," end quote. Now, the Ombudsman did make a number of recommendations, 5 recommendations to government in the report, including introducing legislation as soon as possible to validate the orders and to not make any further orders amending statutes unless the legislature passes legislation authorizing such orders. Unfortunately, the government's response that came in the form of a letter from the Solicitor General, and I should just back up. The Solicitor General did revise Ministerial Order M139 into M192, but his letter in response to the Ombudsman's report was concerningly dismissive. In his letter of response, the Solicitor General said, and I quote, "We are of the view that the Ombudsman Act does not provide jurisdiction for you to conduct an investigation into the ministerial orders in question. In other words, we don't recognize your authority here." Mr. Speaker, that's very, very concerning. These ministerial orders and the resulting Ombudsman's report are another unfortunate example of this government's penchant for overextending its authority and dismissing the checks and balances that are in place to ensure government remains open and transparent, and that that government's actions are grounded in law. With this bill translating many of the measures outlined in these ministerial orders into permanent law, we certainly hope that the minister realizes that to maintain public trust, government must proceed with greater accountability and consideration for BC's laws and democratic processes, again, even in states of emergency. With that, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to offer comments today on Bill 10 on behalf of my opposition colleagues, and as I said earlier, we very much look forward to discussing and debating section by section this bill further in committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Seeing no further speakers, I'll invite the Minister to close the debate on second reading.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the comments, and I look forward to committee stage next. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today. Thank you.
Members, first we'll have to vote on second reading. So would the Minister like to move second reading?
Going to get this right one day. Mr. Speaker, I'll move second reading.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Members, the question is second reading of Bill number 10, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Those participating remotely should please prepare your voting cards. Those in favour indicate aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Minister of Municipal Affairs.
And now, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Excellent motion, Minister. Members, you've heard the question. Those participating remotely, you should already have your voting cards in hand, so those in favour indicate aye. Any opposed? None. Motion is carried. Who do we have as Government House Leader? Acting Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading Bill 11, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2021.
Thank you. Are you ready? Please make a motion.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. This bill includes amendments to the COVID-19 Related Measure Acts, or CIRMA, which was passed in July 2020. CIRMA is designed to allow a smooth transition at the end of the state of emergency declared under the Emergency Program Act by avoiding an abrupt end to provisions that respond to and alleviate the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. CIRMA also provides authority for targeted protections from civil liability related to the pandemic to ensure that, where appropriate, fears of civil liability will not unduly discourage activity that promotes the province's pandemic response and recovery. Recognizing that the pandemic has continued and evolved, these amendments would extend CIRMA's repeal date from July 10th to December 31st, 2021. Amendments would also streamline processes for reporting to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly regarding regulations and ministerial orders made in relation to the pandemic, and clarify several cross-references and existing regulation-making powers. The proposed amendments to the Family Law Act clarify that family violence, as defined in Section 1 of the Family Law Act, does not include an intention to harm a family member, as the definition of domestic or sexual violence in Section 52.5 sub 1 of the Employment Standards Act and the definition of household violence in Section 45.1 sub 1 of the Residential Tenancy Act are modeled on the definition of family violence in the Family Law Act. Amendments to these acts are proposed to mirror the amendment to the Family Law Act. There is a separate housekeeping amendment to remove the parentheses from 6 references in the Family Law Act to the Provincial Court Family Rules. This aligns with the updated title of the new Provincial Court Family Rules. This bill also includes an amendment to the Clean Energy Act related to BC Hydro's Burrard Thermal Facility in Port Moody. This 1960s natural gas-fired electricity generation plant was one of the largest point sources of greenhouse gas emissions until it was decommissioned in 2016. The site provides an ideal opportunity for industrial redevelopment. However, the Clean Energy Act currently prohibits BC Hydro from considering opportunities to sell or lease all or a portion of the site because the facility is designated as a heritage asset. This bill would remove Burrard Thermal from that list and allow BC Hydro to consider proposals for alternative uses of the site. Local First Nations have been consulted on the amendment, and those that have responded are supportive. In addition to creating benefits for BC Hydro's customers, alternate use of the site could support post-COVID economic recovery, which is why we are introducing this legislative change now. Amendments to Section 26 of the Motor Vehicle Act will enable the Insurance Corporation of BC, ICBC, to refuse to issue driver's licenses and vehicle licenses for persons who have outstanding fines under the COVID-19 Related Measures Act or the Emergency Program Act. A total of 1,857 COVID-related violation tickets were issued between August 21st, 2020 and April 23rd, 2021. As of April 17th, ICBC has processed 1,373 of these tickets for a total of approximately $956,000 owing to the province. Only 13% of this debt, or approximately $120,000, has been paid. ICBC is currently sending unpaid COVID-19 fines to collections after 30 days instead of the usual 12 months. However, debt collection remains low. Enabling refuse to issue will provide an additional debt collection tool that can be used to ensure COVID-19 rule breakers are held accountable by paying their fines. Minor housekeeping amendments to Section 26 of the Motor Vehicle Act will include references to repealed statutes will be removed, an omitted cross-reference will be added, and gendered language will be replaced with gender-neutral language. And finally, Honourable Speaker, this bill also contains a validation and confirmation provision for statute correction regulations, which made minor housekeeping corrections. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Attorney. Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and to the Attorney for the summary here at second reading stage of the provisions contained within Bill 11, as is frequently the case with a bill of this sort and the various statutes that it purports to amend. The House will undoubtedly conduct most of its work in committee stage, posing questions to the Attorney and/or colleagues with responsibilities for some of the statutes that are impacted by these amendments. For my part, I can say that it is my considered opinion that the House appreciates and understands that confronted by the ongoing effects of the COVID pandemic, the rationale for in principle at least for the extension of the application of the COVID-19 Related Measures Act and the provisions that it contains through to the conclusion of the calendar year, which is what is proposed in the bill before us, makes an element of sense. We will want to pursue with the Attorney specifically the significance of so doing, and whether in the intervening now 11 months, he and the government have anything to report with respect to the application of the provisions of the original Bill 19 COVID-related Measures Act. Specifically, the attorney has mentioned the targeted protections from civil liability that were provided by Bill 19, and the House, I think, would benefit from a description and information from the government and the attorney about the degree to which those protections have been applied, necessary, or otherwise utilized. And those are, of course, questions more properly put to the attorney excuse me, during the course of the committee stage debate that will follow. Bill 11 contains, as we've just heard, some amendments to the Family Law Act and Residential Tenancy Act, dealing specifically with the definition of family violence. The attorney, I hope, will be in a position to advise the House in response to questions at the committee stage to advise the House of the government's rationale for including the change, to what degree intent or the absence of intent from the present definition represented a constraint on the ability to afford protections to family members. Again, these are questions that the attorney, I'm sure, will be anxious to deal with in the committee, and we will, as performing our function as opposition, want to ensure that there are no unintended consequences when one considers the myriad of unique circumstances that can apply in something as complex as a family relationship or a tenant-landlord relationship. Having said all of that, of course, the House, I expect, is united in its belief that everything it can and should be done to protect people from any displays of violence, family violence, particularly the case with respect to the Family Law Act. But we will pose those questions to the Attorney General and look forward to receiving his replies and more detailed descriptions of the amendments contained in Bill 11 to Sections 4 and 5 of the Family, particularly Section 4 of the Family Law Act and Section 6 of the Residential Tenancy Act. Again, as we've heard, additional amendments proposed in Bill 11 to the Clean Energy Act and the Motor Vehicle Act. In the interest of time, I will encourage, and I know my colleagues with specific opposition responsibilities in those areas will have a few things to say here at second reading with respect to the matters that they hope to canvass with the responsible ministers at the time we get to committee stage. The attorney has referred to the deletion of Burrard Thermal from the Schedule 1 of the Clean Energy Act, and my colleagues will in a moment comment on the potential significance of that and the nature of the questions that the government should expect to and anticipate receiving at committee stage. Similarly, the use of ICBC with respect to the collection of as a collection agent with respect to COVID-related fines is something that my colleague from Prince George will have some thoughts on and express them momentarily, and I know will pursue with the responsible minister at committee stage. So I don't think any surprises with respect to the course of the debate. we'll take here in second reading or in committee stage to facilitate the further exchange, more detailed exchange in committee. The opposition will certainly facilitate passage of this Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act through second reading and into that committee stage for a more detailed examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, it's always been a bit of a hassle collecting fines and money owed the Crown for a number of different reasons here, and I'm just, you know, one of the things I'll be exploring with the Minister when we get to this particular point under the Motor Vehicle Act is whether or not they've explored the use of the private sector in assisting in this regard, because the numbers that the Minister spoke about, 13% of the total fines that have been issued so far have been collected, leaves quite a big hole on the side owing. So, you know, we have a number of organizations in the province, the bailiffs, a number of agencies that are probably in a pretty good position to do that. But having said that, it's always good to see government evaluating the systems that we have in place right now and making adjustments to the processes as we move forward with this different legislation. Having spent over 30 years in law enforcement, I know full well the propensity of some members of our population to incur fines and pick which laws they're going to obey and which ones they're not going to obey, and ignore the consequences of that. And the number of fines that are outstanding probably add up substantially every year. But what we have in this province and in this country is a constitution, and the rule of law prevails. So if somebody, any member of society, doesn't agree with the law that's being enforced against them, they have a choice. They can pay the fine or pay the penalty that's related to that, or they can challenge it in court and go through the due process that is laid out in this province and across the country that allow them to determine whether that law is just. And so merely deciding what law they're going to obey or disobey, there's consequences to that. So I look forward to talking about this a little bit more during the committee stage, asking the Minister some questions around the options that we have for collecting fines in this province. And the other, I'll just momentarily just speak about domestic violence. I do appreciate where the Minister is coming from in presenting the amendments in this bill outlines. But again, there will be a few questions, and I'm sure my colleague that just spoke earlier will probably highlight some of those during the committee stage. So I look forward to popping the hood open on this one and seeing where it leads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member for Kootenay East, please.
Well, thank you, Chair. So speaking to the part of the bill now, the amendment in Bill 11, pertaining to Schedule 1 of the Clean Energy Act, it identifies removing Burrard Thermal Generating Station from the list of BC Hydro's protected heritage assets. The list of 36 BC Hydro assets that were placed under protection from being sold through the Clean Energy Act was to solidify BC in remaining its electricity self-sufficiency. Burrard Thermal was built 1 year before I was born. I'm not going to say what year that was, but it was a long, long time ago. It was a natural-fired power plant, as the Attorney General has stated. At the time, it provided about 9% of the province's energy needs, almost exactly, coincidentally, what Site C project represents today. It was placed on heritage protection by the BC Liberal government in case it was needed for emergency power generation use. Burrard Thermal did provide emergency power until about 2016 to the Lower Mainland. Now it continues to provide voltage support and stability for BC Hydro's transmission and distribution of electricity in the Lower Mainland. If the asset is to be sold off, it would be good to know a couple of things, as this is a public asset paid for the taxpayers of British Columbia. So there'll be some questions in committee stage for sure. The transparency of the sale, to whom it's sold, conditions, intended use. What was the level of participation with First Nations and the obligations to consult and accommodate First Nations? What will the proceeds of the sale be used for? What does this mean for electricity self-sufficiency in our province? And does it jeopardize emergency provisions if needed for failing electrical systems occur? And what happens to the shortfall of grants in lieu of taxes from BC Hydro to the city of Port Moody, as well as the loss of school taxes on the property, which is remitted back to the province? This will be about $300,000 annually. So I'd like to see this asset repurposed to facilitate a similar role, backing up the grid for emergency power with new cleaner solutions. I believe the power that has replaced Burrard Thermal comes from the Mica Generation Station, well over 700 kilometers away. So there's some issues with that on stability of emergency power use in the province. We've seen a lot of things happen around the world. Equipment failure, geomagnetic storms can happen, and then climate change, of course, firestorms, high winds, ice storms. We're reminded quickly of what happened in Montreal in 1998. It was one of the worst natural disasters in Canadian history. Close to 4 million people were out of power for weeks on end. 35 people died. There was thousands injured. 600,000 people, including seniors, were moved out of their homes into hotels and other shelters that had emergency backup. So it was a real shocker for a lot of people, and it was devastating. It came at a cost. It was a cost of about $5.5 billion in insurance claims and things like that. And we don't have to go farther than that. Last February in Texas and throughout the states and even northern Mexico, we had Winter Storm Uri that swept across, and power outages cost about $195 billion and affected 10 million people. It was quite a weather event. So I worry about some of these things going forward, but these are the things we'll get into in committee stage. And as my member from Prince George Mackenzie said, we'll pop the hood off on it and we'll take a look at it in a deeper dive. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I have no more comments on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, member. We'll take a 2-minute recess. Calling the House back to order. Recognizing the member for Port Moody Coquitlam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes the smallest change can have the biggest impact. This small amendment to the Clean Energy Act to remove Burrard Thermal from the list of heritage assets could have far-reaching implications in the fight to combat climate change. This amendment will allow BC Hydro to pursue alternative uses for the decommissioned Burrard Thermal site. It has been underutilized since being shut down by the BC Liberals in 2016. Burrard Thermal operated as a fossil fuel burning plant for over 50 years. While running at full capacity, it could generate enough electricity to power 10% of the province. I remember hearing stories, Mr. Speaker, of the pollution that was produced by that facility, especially in its early years. In its last few years, it was operating strictly as a standby plant, providing emergency power or peaking power for a few days in the winter when demand was at its highest. When it was shut down, the City of Port Moody lost an annual $1.3 million tax grant, which was an incredible financial burden for the community. That single facility made up 2%, close to 3% actually, of Port Moody's tax base. This amendment would allow for new opportunities to be considered for those lands. This could not only restore the lost tax revenue for the community, but it also will support providing good-paying jobs in the community and a strong post-COVID recovery. Mr. Speaker, ever since I was elected in 2017, I could see a brighter future for this facility. I could see how we could move away from the fossil fuel-based past into a sustainable, clean energy future. A year after I was elected in 2018, we introduced Clean BC in an effort to shift homes, vehicles, industry, and business off of fossil fuels towards renewable energy. Because of these efforts, BC is becoming a destination for new investment in carbon-reducing technology and lower carbon products. The world needs new clean technology, and Burrard thermal lands are a great place to develop that technology. Already, Mr. Speaker, BC is a leader in clean energy innovation. There are companies doing innovative work in many areas, such as renewable energy, energy management, energy efficiency, clean transportation, hydrogen and fuel cells, and improving industrial processes to make industry cleaner and greener. In fact, there are about 300 clean tech companies in this province, employing over 16,000 people. BC is a home to a quarter of the clean tech companies in Canada and always has a large presence on the list of global clean tech top 100 companies, which lists the top companies in the world with the most innovative and promising ideas in clean technology. The clean tech industry generates over $3 trillion of economic activity per year globally. Some of the companies that are doing this work are looking for a place to scale up their operations or create a demonstration project to prove out their technologies. BC has the right kind of environment to promote this kind of innovation, and we're providing historic investments in climate action through Clean BC. In Budget 2019, we committed $900 million to Clean BC. In 2020, another $420 million was committed. And then with the introduction of Stronger BC, our economic recovery plan, we committed a further $220 million. And in this budget, Mr. Speaker, another $500 million. That's a total of over $2.2 billion committed to shifting towards a low carbon economy. Clean BC has set the foundation of strong and sustainable economic recovery and a bright future for all British Columbians. In addition, we're creating a bold new strategic investment fund called NBC. This $500 million fund will be used to support BC-based businesses to drive forward innovation, sustainability, and inclusiveness and further the goals of Clean BC. Mr. Speaker, the time is right. The time is right to find opportunities. The time is right to further the goals of addressing climate change. The time is right to unlock the potential of Burrard Thermal. Already, Mr. Speaker, many companies have been approaching BC Hydro to inquire about leasing the lands. This includes everything from hydrogen development to carbon sequestration projects. And I've spoken to some of these companies myself in my previous role as Parliamentary Secretary of Technology. I've been working closely with the Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation to help bring this amendment forward today. Last year, I hosted the Premier and touring through the facility, and the potential was obvious. There's no other site like this in BC. With its close proximity to high voltage clean electricity, its water and port access, its industrial zoning, and location away from residential areas. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to stand today in the House and support this bill. The possibilities that this legislation unlocks are very exciting. Mr. Speaker, I'm a hopeful person, but hope alone doesn't change the world. I know that the next generation is facing an uncertain future with climate change. And I know that we need to take every opportunity that we can to support an economy that moves away from carbon. And we need to support innovation to do that. One breakthrough in clean technology could change everything. And that breakthrough, Mr. Speaker, could happen on the Burrard thermal lands. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Victoria Beacon Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise virtually today for what is hard to believe my first time speaking to legislation in this House. While life has delayed me a little from being here, I am compelled to stand in support of this legislation. While the title Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2021 may do little to grab attention, its content, particularly as it relates to the Family Law Act, directly affects the lives of British Columbians. Amendments to the Family Law Act reflect our belief that there are no conditions under which violence in the family, whether physical, sexual, psychological, or emotional, are acceptable. The changes clarify that when it comes to determining whether behavior constitutes family violence, it is simply irrelevant whether the person responsible intended to harm their family member. This definition affects protection orders and impacts court decisions that determine what is in the best interest of a child. This means that physical violence directed at a partner is never acceptable, Mr. Speaker, regardless of a perpetrator's expressed rationale. These changes mean that emotional or psychological abuse related to a child's sexual orientation, gender, or gender expression is violence, even if the caregiver makes claims of wanting what is best for a child. This, Mr. Speaker, is the exact circumstance that led to this change being necessary. This change will ensure protection orders are available and court decisions can protect children if caregivers use violence under the guise of care, discipline, or teaching. When the limited definition was made clear, Mr. Speaker, we acted quickly to incorporate this amendment into the statute. Those at risk of and those targeted for gender-based violence and family violence cannot wait. Amendments are also proposed to change the definition of domestic or sexual violence in the Employment Standards Act and to the definition of household violence in the Residential Tenancy Act. The changes to these definitions will mean that those accessing leave from employment or who are leaving their homes to seek safety will be able to do so. I'm proud to voice my support for these important changes and thank the Attorney General for his quick action to ensure support for survivors of family violence. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Seeing no further speakers, I recognize Government House Leader, Minister for Solicitor General, to close debate.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank members for their thoughtful comments during the second reading debate. And I know the Attorney General will look forward to answering questions during committee stage. And with that, I move second reading.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill number 11, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act. Those participating remotely, prepare your voting cards. Those in favor, please indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call committee stage Bill 8.
Minister, I believe you need to commit the bill to Committee of the Whole House for the next sitting after today.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. So enthusiastic about moving my own bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be referred to a Committee of the Whole House at the next sitting at the House after today.
Members have heard the questions. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion is carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Now I call Bill 8, committee stage.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the critic, the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm only going to have a couple of questions on this this particular bill, but they will pertain to all of the clauses in the bill itself.
So we'll just take a 2-minute recess to make sure the tech can catch up. 1 second. So we'll just be on a recess for a short moment. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, members. I'd like to call Committee of the Whole for Bill 8, General Statutes Amendment Act. And we are on, sorry, I'm reading the wrong script. Friends, Bill 8, Public Safety and Solicitor General Statutes Amendment Act 2021. So we're all on the same page. Recognizing the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On Clause 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll make a couple of general comments that's applicable to Clause 1, and I've got a couple of questions that will be applicable to Clause 1. Depending on the answers, we might be able to get to Clause 60 in due haste here. So I've gone through the bill with a fine-tooth comb and pretty much reflects the existing regulations that have to be replaced, and of course the Vancouver liquor component that's bringing Vancouver in line with the rest of the province. But I do want to ask a question regarding in Clause 1. So being that the minister is aware that illegal cannabis retail is taking place on First Nations reserve, did the minister consult with First Nations with respect to the Declaration Act regarding all of the clauses under this particular bill?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. As there's no change in any existing government policy or regulations, there's no requirement to, in fact, consult under DRIPA. The regulations stay the same as they are. That being said, we did notify all treaty nations, and we did notify the FNLC and their staff, and there were no concerns or issues raised with what we were bringing forward.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So just to follow up to this then, because there are some substantial, as a previous enforcement officer, I like what I see in that bill that the police have available to them. But as there are a number of illegal or unlawful cannabis operations reportedly on many of our First Nations reserves, and this bill will affect that. Their ability to continue on in those operations in a legal capacity. So I'm wondering whether your ministry has touched bases with any of the First Nations that are currently operating outside of this bill to advise them what the consequences would be to continue to operate once these provisions are added to the Cannabis Act.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So, and the CS, Community Safety Unit, is in regular contact with First Nations right across the province. When First Nations were notified of these changes, they were informed that this legislation now goes from the regulations were, in essence, I don't want to say, they were there. This is how the legislation works, and and this legislation now makes them permanent. So what's clear is that what may have been perceived as being temporary is in fact now permanent.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So the second question I have then, other than the ones I may ask as in respect to any answers I get here. Can the minister confirm that this bill and subsequently the Cannabis Control and Licensing Act is a law of general application and is enforceable on First Nations reserves?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yes, it is.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And that there were no red flags in the development of this particular bill moving forward. There's no hesitation with respect to enforcement for the Community Safety Unit in enforcing these on First Nations lands across the province?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. That would be correct. We don't have any red flags around these changes.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So that's the extent of the questions that I have. It's a very strong bill. It certainly adds some strength to the Cannabis Control and Licensing Act for the province here. So I look forward to the diminishment of illegal cannabis sales on First Nations reserves and throughout the province here. So from Clause 1 to Clause 60, I don't have any issues with, Mr. Speaker.
All right, seeing, sorry, 1 second. I will just ask to be completely fair and make sure everyone gets a chance. If there are any other questions between 1 and 60, now's the time. Otherwise, I'm going to call a vote on those. Okay, seeing no further questions, shall clause 1 through 60 inclusive pass? Indicate aye. Aye. Okay, nays. Okay, so ordered. On clause 61, is there any further questions? Member for Prince George Mackenzie, clause 61? Oh, please go ahead. No questions. Okay, well then let's do clause 61 as well. Shall clause 61 pass? Okay, so ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the committee rise, report the bill complete, and ask leave to. Sorry. Yeah, then. That's what I. Thank you. I move the committee rise, report the bill complete without amendment, and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you, Minister. Members, you've heard the question. Those participating remotely, use those cards. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried. We will await the arrival of the Speaker.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I report Bill 8 complete without amendment.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered.
Hang on.
When shall the bill be considered as reported, Government House Leader?
Now, Honourable Speaker.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. Bill number 8. Number 8 is now passed. No? What are you doing? I thought we did it already. Okay. When shall the bill be read third time, Government House Leader?
Now.
Okay, we take a vote again. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Bill number 8 is, what's the title? Can I have it, please? Bill 8, 2021, Public Safety and Solicitor General Statutes Amendment Act 2021 is now passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued second reading debate on Bill 7, Electoral Boundaries Act.
We'll just take a short 2-minute recess to make sure that all the ducks can be put in order again. Thanks, everyone. All right, thank you, members. I'd like to call this House back into order. We're here on second reading for Bill 7, the Electoral Boundaries Commission Amendment Act 2021. Recognizing the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. Our Charter of Rights and Freedoms will be 40 years old next year. When it came out in 1982, I had already been policing for nearly 10 years. And I remember the debate, both for and against the changes, wondering what all the fuss was about because I thought we had one of the best charters in the first place. Over the past 40 years, I've taken a keen interest in charter challenges, of course beginning with criminal law, as that's what I was immersed in at the time, and listening to the other constitutional challenges that came along. And I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that after my 40 years of witnessing the transitional jurisprudence and legislative changes, that we do indeed have one of the strongest constitutions in the world. But the floodgates to challenging every law in Canada were opened at that particular time, and I remember that. It was just about everything that we could think of was being challenged. Thousands of cases during the early decades of the Charter defined our future, all premised upon a single section of the Charter that states that the Charter is the supreme law of Canada, and any law that is inconsistent with the provisions of the Charter is to the extent of the inconsistency of no force and effect. The laws around electoral boundaries were not spared and fell under the microscope of the courts and the Supreme Court of Canada for clarification and refinement. The courts have determined that in Canada, and of course British Columbia, our electoral system is not based upon one person, one vote, but based upon the relative equality of voting power in each electoral district. In a Supreme Court of Canada case referenced as Dixon, a BC case from 1989, the court determined that departure from the ideal of absolute equality may not constitute a breach of Section 3 of the Charter, so long as the departure can be objectively justified as contributing to better government. And of course, Section 3 of the Charter gives every citizen the right to vote. Some have argued that anything other than one person, one vote would be an infringement of that Charter right, but the Supreme Court of Canada has determined that an infringement of a Charter right can be justified if pressing and substantial concerns are met. The court has ruled that the objectives of ensuring that geographical and regional concerns are reflected in electoral boundaries to the end of ensuring better government. They're valid and meet the pressing and substantial test. When the Dixon case was heard by the Supreme Court of Canada, the Attorney General for BC cited 5 factors that justified giving greater weight to rural votes. First was special interests of rural residents, such as environment, conservation, transportation, and resources. All vital to the survival of British Columbia. The environment is critical for everything that happens in this province. And of course, conservation, of which I'm a big fan. Transportation, we have thousands of miles of highway. We have 700,000 kilometers of resource roads in rural British Columbia. And of course, our natural resources. We are a province blessed with a diversity of natural resources that sustain the economic fabric of this province. The second was difficulties in communicating with electors scattered throughout large rural areas. Of course, some of us, myself, it probably takes about 3 or more hours to drive from one side of my constituency to another. Others have greater distances than that. But in today's world and today's time, of course, we have other critical factors of communication because a lot of our communication is web-based. And if we don't have the capacity in rural British Columbia to enter into the various websites to access government services, then that's a hindrance for those particular communities. The third was the wider range of problems in which rural members are required to deal. Our snowstorms, getting from point A to point B, spring freshet floodings, lack of services in many of the areas is paramount. And of course, that goes into the fourth reason, which was a lack of access to medical in rural areas. The Northern Health covers 75% of the province. It's the only health district in British Columbia that does not offer cardiac services to 80% of the people. So, my mother-in-law had a heart attack a number of years ago, and she had to be medevaced down to Vancouver for cardiac services, and we had to drive down and pick her up and bring her home again. But those are things that people that live in the urban areas of British Columbia don't really have to consider. And that leads to number 5, which is the limited availability of resources and advisors to rural members of the public. And the court at that time in Dixon agreed that all those factors related to regional interests or geographical concerns, they were valid. But as I said, the world has changed since these 5 factors were recognized over 30 years ago. And the 25% population deviation recognized in our current legislation was premised on a recommendation made nearly 35 years ago by Judge Fisher, the commissioner who conducted the Royal Commission on Electoral Boundaries for British Columbia in 1988. In my review of Judge Fisher's reports, I could find no formula or metric involved in making that 25% determination. It appeared that it was more arbitrary in nature than anything else. The population of BC has increased substantially over the past 35 years, with much of the growth attributable to people immigrating from other areas of Canada and countries around the world. Most immigrants to our great province move into the 21 municipalities that comprise the Metro Vancouver area. Metro Vancouver has 51% of BC's population, but occupies 0.3%, so 1/3 of 1% of British Columbia's landmass. The 13 municipalities within the Capital Regional District have 9% of BC's population, while occupying only 0.2%, so 0.2 of 1% of BC's landmass. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, 60% of British Columbians' population inhabits 1/2 of 1% of the landmass of British Columbia. Pretty substantial. Many of the urban populations in these 2 jurisdictions house these is the residence for these newcomers to our province. And they have little to no knowledge of the areas of our province outside of Metro Vancouver and the Capital Regional District. I go back, I was out for a meal in Vancouver here 2 or 3 years ago with a relative, and we were being served by this young person to me anyways, they're probably around late 20s, early 30s. And she asked where we were from, and the person I was with said they're from Yaletown, and they had a pretty good conversation about the various areas in Vancouver to live. And she asked where I was from, and I told her I was from Prince George. And she said, "Where's Prince George?" And I said, "Well, it's about 500 miles north of Vancouver." And she asked me if there was a road to Prince George. And so, you know, and this individual, we had a nice chit chat with her, and she had been in Vancouver for about 8 years, and she had moved in here from Toronto. So, you know, there is a lack of understanding of what British Columbia is and how big we are. A lot of people don't fathom the size of British Columbia. But as with most people, interests tend to be regional in nature, except instead of hundreds scattered around the province who share regionally focused issues, there are hundreds of thousands located on less than 0.5% of our landmass, sharing regionally focused issues, most likely issues that are focused within 0.5% of the landmass. So when you look at Metro Vancouver, 21 municipalities, several MLAs within that complete area, also representing almost similar issues amongst those 21 municipalities. And as our dense urban populations realize, you know, greater economies of scale, on a greater scale from the services of those 21 municipalities, and the 13 municipalities in Vancouver, a lot of the services that are provided in those regional areas are provided by the municipal governments. Many of the bridges, many of the other facilities that we have here, and transit. So BC Transit as well provides a lot of the services to those communities. BC Transit services like SkyTrain, the Canada Line, make it possible for people to get around without even owning a vehicle or having a driver's license. The economies of scale on this 0.5% of the landmass that holds 60% of our population, the economies of scale make it possible for entities like cellular service providers, fiber optic and high-speed internet services to provide competitive, superior products to what we get in rural British Columbia. The economies of scale relating to professional services like medical specialists, laboratories, engineering, advanced education, counseling, and others that are limited or completely absent in many areas of British Columbia. I'd like to once again reference the Dixon case. It was one of the first cases the Supreme Court of Canada heard that challenged the Section 3, the guarantee of the right to vote in British Columbia here. But the court recognized and accepted a list of core values that form part of the guaranteed right to vote under Section 3. And the first one is the right not to be denied the franchise on the grounds of race, sex, educational qualifications, or other unjustifiable criteria. The second, the right to be presented with a choice of candidates or parties. The right to a secret ballot. The right to have one's vote counted, the right to have one's vote count for the same as other valid votes cast in a district, the right to sufficient information about public policies to permit an informed decision, the right to be represented by a candidate with at least a plurality of votes in a district, the right to vote in periodic elections, and the right to cast one's vote in an electoral system which has not been deliberately engineered to favor one political party or another, which is the basis of this bill and the subsequent act. But the court added a 10th core value in the Dixon case, that equality of voting power is fundamental to the Canadian concept of democracy, the equality of voting power. The Supreme Court continued to refine Section 3 in another court case in 1991. The reference case is the province of Saskatchewan electoral boundaries. And the court determined that the purpose of the right to vote enshrined in Section 3 of the Charter is not equality of voting power per se, but the right to effective representation. The right to vote comprises of many factors, which equality is but one. and as I related in the 10 core values earlier on. The court in reference stated that deviations from absolute voter parity may be justified on the grounds of practical impossibility or the provision of more effective representation. Factors like geography, community history, community interest, and minority representation need to be considered to ensure that our legislative assemblies effectively represent the diversity of our social mosaic. Although population plays a major role in pursuit of relative equity in voting power, I must comment on this government's insistence that the protection of northern electoral districts be removed to provide the Commission with more independence. The Supreme Court of Canada in Dixon stated that the process of adjusting for factors other than population is not capable of precise mathematical definition. People will necessarily disagree on how important a region grouping is to the boundary of this riding and how significant problems of serving constituents are in that electoral district. It is for the legislature to make decisions on these matters and not for the courts to substitute their views. I have faith in the role of the Commission. However, I also want to recognize that the BC Liberals recognize the critical importance of regional groupings and geographical importance long ago, something that this government still fails to recognize. Although 60% of our provincial population resides on less than half of 1% of our landmass, in what many would agree is the most temperate area of our province, the abundance of natural resources around our province are critical in supporting that area. The only source of natural gas in British Columbia, used for multiple industrial and commercial applications, residential heating, originates in northeast BC, pumped through thousands of kilometers of pipe, through every existing rural riding and many urban ridings to the most southerly area of our province and into the United States. There are dozens of maintenance facilities and hundreds of workers located from north to south in this province, ensuring the pipeline and compressor stations operate flawlessly to ensure delivery to British Columbia. One only needs to look back a couple of years to see how one single incident in Prince George shut down the supply of natural gas for southern BC and the northwest United States for weeks. 40% of British Columbians' hydroelectricity originates in northeast BC and travels through thousands of kilometers of transmission lines connecting all British Columbia, including Vancouver Island, with 98% clean energy, the envy of many jurisdictions worldwide. Thousands of people are employed in all corners of BC to ensure power shortages and outages are mitigated and addressed immediately. North, south, east, west railways pass through my riding in Prince George, hauling millions of tons of metallurgic coal, copper, gold, and other minerals and wood products to shipping facilities in Metro Vancouver or other deep water ports in BC. These products are critical in providing BC residents with the technology and communications necessary in our modern world. And I often think, how many folks in British Columbia take for granted the cell phone that's in their hand, the computer that they operate every day, the electricity that flows into their homes and their businesses, flowing through aluminum lines, the copper that is embedded in our cell phones, the rare earth metals that are embedded in our cell phones that provide the technology to make urban British Columbia, and all of British Columbia for that matter, operate. Highway 97 runs for over 2,000 kilometers from the most southern end of our province to the northern boundary with the Yukon, with about 300 kilometers of that highway in my riding. There are thousands of bridges, culverts, and overpasses built and maintained by the province, employing thousands of people that are necessary for the safe movement of goods and services across our province. So the essence of what I'm trying to say, when we look at the population that we have on that 0.5, half of 1% of the landmass of British Columbia, there are a number of people that have no idea what happens outside of that location. But when you have a number of MLAs all advocating for that new hospital in Surrey or that new hospital in Richmond, or new schools in some of these other facilities or in some of these other jurisdictions, to the detriment of the very few of us in rural British Columbia who are trying to argue for those same sorely needed resources that we have in the province. Oftentimes, you know, our voices are lost in the din that we hear in this House from time to time. So I'm hoping that, you know, the independent commissioner that will be taking a review of the electoral boundaries across British Columbia is going to be a very learned individual, and the people that will be assisting him or her on that commission will certainly be as well. I hope they look at those regional and geographical differences that we have in British Columbia and make the right decision when it comes to determine those electoral boundaries. We have vast areas of this province that are very difficult for us to service. You know, my riding is a mixture of urban and rural, of course, with the city of Prince George being the largest centre in the interior of British Columbia. I have the community of Mackenzie, a couple hours north, that have a tremendous amount of issues with internet access, with high-speed internet access, particularly in these times of COVID, when a lot of government services have gone to online services rather than in person. Education is another factor that they struggle with in getting a lot of the services to supply to, you know, Mackenzie, to Bear Lake, some of the other smaller communities that we have here. So those are the things that really need to be taken into consideration. The voices of the many of the 0.5 or half of 1% that reside on or 60% of the population that reside on 0.5% of 1% of the landmass in British Columbia make a lot of noise, and for good reason. That's where most of the people move to. But we can't exclude the rest of the province as we go through here. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to further discussion on this, and I'm looking forward to an effective commission looking into the electoral boundaries in British Columbia.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member, I believe, for Kelowna West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise on this particular bill and the topic it represents, because it is important. I think about, you know, the diversity, as the member previously from Prince George Mackenzie has just described, and that only is a small snapshot of the vast regions of just ridings. And as he said, you know, Prince George is one of the most populous, or the most populous, in the northern half of the province, but yet it represents a huge amount of area. And I think that, you know, one of the things when he's speaking, and I think about the diversity and the range of different things that are happening in our province. And I've had the good fortune to live in a few other places besides where I currently live. Most people don't know that I resided in Kitimat for a period of time back in the 70s, and I got to know areas that I had no idea. I, you know, drove to places up Highway 37, up to Dease Lake, Stewart, and of course the infamous Hyder. But more importantly, what, you know, having traveled as a member of government as well as an opposition member, and I know we look forward to the Committee on Government or Finance and Government Services talking to people this year about their specific needs. But I think that one of the things that I have done and traveled extensively up into the Northeast, up to Fort Nelson, up to Dawson Creek, just the differences geographically and kind of what's going on there. And I think that if there was less representation in some of those areas, it is a concern to many of the people that are trying to do things, and to have people that actually can come to Victoria here in the legislature and talk knowledgeably about you know, things that are going on in that area. And these areas are vast already. I see the member from North Coast is online here. Her territory is another area. We used to get out of Kitimat and go to Prince Rupert thinking it was kind of like, you know, the capital of the North, and maybe it was. But anyways, I have to say that I respect the fact that having been on Haida Gwaii and up to the coast, the territory that I used to have to cover as a representative for the company I worked for went all the way down to Bella Bella, Clem 2, many of the other communities on the coast, and really only accessible by boat or by float plane. And you can't underestimate what it takes. And of course, in those days, there was less float planes and things like that around. But I have to say that it's one of the things that I think that we cannot underestimate. I mean, when I travel in my riding, and it's not very rural, although it takes me over an hour to drive from one end, because my riding starts at the north end of Lake Okanagan up next to the Okanagan Indian Band's boundary, and all the way back down into West Kelowna, where West Bank First Nation and the city of West Kelowna is, but it also stretches into Kelowna, almost out to Orchard Park on the west side of Highway 97. So anyways, it's very populous. And you know what? We're a busy office. We have 2 staff that work very hard to make certain that they're dealing with constituent issues. And there is many of them. And I know that many of the members that are in urban settings probably have a similar situation. But there is places, I'm sure, in British Columbia, in urban British Columbia, where the boundaries are so close together. I'm thinking if I lived in downtown Vancouver, or you know, on the west side, where are the boundaries, etc. And you know, you kind of need to know the geography, etc. And maybe it's a little easier in the situation I'm in, but the people that are living in places like Smithers and Houston and Burns Lake, and as the member from Nechako Lakes talked about, I've driven through his riding, and it takes, you know, a long time, and then going into, you know, New Hazelton, all the way up to, you know, some of the other areas where, you know, the other members that are in this House represent. It's a vast territory. That's just the highway system. What about the other off areas, especially in the areas like, you know, north of Terrace, where there's a fair amount of mineral development. I know that we have quite a bit going on in those areas, and all the power to those people. But if you're trying to develop something in those areas that takes a lot of consultation, a lot of understanding of what it's going to be like, how is the ore going to be mined? How is the security? You know, the new gold mines up there. How are they going to ensure they can actually get the product to the marketplace, you know, in a form that it's not hijacked or whatever else? People don't appreciate that. I look at the success when we put in the northwest transmission line to help bring electrification, hydroelectric power to parts of the province, and we haven't even scratched the surface on some of that. I know that many of these places, I remember independent power production in Atlan, for all places, of all places. It's a small community that was running on diesel-operated electrical power, and without somebody that actually knew that area, knowing why it was important, etc., we might not have known the First Nations that were dependent on that, and how we could change run-of-the-river power into something that would give them a supply of clean energy rather than having to truck diesel all the way up into these places. Now, I can't say that I've personally visited Atlan, but I've been all the way up to Dawson City, and I've driven up to way into Alaska, and I have to tell you that there is vast you know, resources up there, but more importantly, we have to have people that know something about the area and the impacts on that. And it can't be just kind of somebody down in the most populous part of the province who has never even traveled, you know, north of, you know, I'm sure that many have traveled outside of the Fraser Valley, but I think of the fact that most will not have traveled to some of those places like Fort Nelson and Dease Lake, and places that I've had the opportunity to visit. So I think it's important, and I know that, you know, probably the cornerstone or the pieces in this legislation that probably could easily be overlooked is the fact that these rural areas in the Northeast, the Northwest, in the Kootenays, and maybe even in other places in between, you know, Fraser-Nicola. I mean, I've been with the member from Fraser-Nicola and traveled to every point in her riding, and it took me like a day of driving just to go to, you know, over to Lytton and then up to Lillooet and then back up to Cache Creek. And, you know, I mean, it's a lot, and there's a lot going on there, and you need to understand the communities. These communities are relatively small, but they're no less important. And the fact is that the idea that somebody from, you know, Lillooet would have to maybe go to Kamloops, or they'd be tagged on to somebody, you know, maybe in Williams Lake, etc. It's not particularly well known, I'm sure, as it isn't to me to know all about those communities, other than I had the good fortune of going through and doing all those communities when we had the Olympic torch relay. And I know many, the member from Fraser-Nicola in the day, he and I traveled together to celebrating kind of that excitement. But the more important thing about it is, you know, we did some things during the Olympics, not only the torch relay, but we did a lot of live sites. And the reason we did that was because we needed to bring British Columbia together. And, you know, a lot of people asked us at the time, well, why would we put the Olympics like in Vancouver or Whistler or whatever? It was about them discovering British Columbia. We're talking about it on the TVs right now. We're talking about travel in British Columbia before or as the pandemic starts to, you know, allow people the opportunity to travel. But there is so much to discover. And the bottom line is there are a lot of people that I know that are relocating into my riding because they've decided, hey, I can do things differently. I can live in a place, given the internet, that is lacking in many places. But I do, you know, commend the government and the federal government for making it a priority. But we need to do more. We need to make certain that people, they can make a living, they can live in places that are remote and do a lot. But the reality is that it does help, you know, to make certain that we don't think of the fact that people won't be able to find affordable housing in these communities. They're certainly not finding it in the Lower Mainland. I mean, Vancouver, I mean, the average cost of a house is near $1 million. It completely precludes an entire, you know, generation or two. As the member from Chilliwack East, or Chilliwack Yale, I think, said, was that, you know, his generation may be the last to own a house. I only worry about the fact that there's generations that could lose that ability, and we need to give them the tools to being able to move to maybe Grand Forks or north into the Caribou and discover what's going on in Caribou North and things like that. But it is a vast amount of territory, and we need to have a reasonable way to bring those ideas and solutions to the legislature. I mean, I think, you know, population is important, and I know in my particular riding, it's one of the most populous ridings in the province, and I don't begrudge the fact that we've got more. Maybe we should take on more in urban areas, and you know, the percentage rule that, you know, has been talked about, the 25% variance, etc. I think that we're not using enough of that in urban areas, and I think that we need to make certain that we are reasonable about geographic differences in many of the rural ridings of this province. And geographic differences doesn't just mean along Highway 97 or, you know, the corridor that heads up to, you know, heads up into the north part of the province. So I really want to make certain that this is done in a reasonable degree of transparency, where, Mr. Speaker, that the people that are living in those areas feel that their input is valued. The fact is that a reduction for perhaps maybe some mathematical formula, does that make sense? Is that really the way that this province is operated? I mean, we've built railways to the north. We've opened up natural gas supplies in the northeast. We've opened up, you know, minerals and forest products all across the province, creating value in terms of British Columbia. And having, you know, been on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, looking at what we have to offer to other nations that we do trade with, because we are a trading province, we're a trading nation, that is important. And the fact that, you know, I know that this government has decided to operate trade differently than when I had the opportunity to be involved, but I can say that the reality is that their voices, the importance of doing deals, whether it's First Nations. I mean, I can remember dealing with the Lac Swillam, who had a project that was linked in with TransCanada Gas in terms of LNG and being able to tie into the supply that they were bringing up north. They were actively looking and they needed help. It's not a huge community, but they came and they got the same attention and support than any other community, whether it happened to be a massive British Columbia company that was selling forest products over there. This was a First Nation that came to our offices in Beijing, and we helped them open up, and they need representation. And that's one of the things that's happened, in my opinion, with the representation in Asia, is we thought, well, we could do it cheaper and easier, or that, you know, we could just hive that off and give it to the federal government. And that's not the way it works. Over time, there's the rule of diminishing returns takes into account, and Mr. Speaker, it's important that the situation is that people in British Columbia don't feel forgotten or left behind, and that's one of the things. And as we have heard today on this, you know, day where there's tragedy that's been, I guess the evidence has come forward in terms of, you know, what happened in Kamloops with the residential school. I think that it's important that we make certain that we don't lose sight of the fact that many of these communities that are in these rural and remote areas need to make certain that they have somebody that's there, that's questioning why things are going on. Why is the government doing this? Why are they letting this, allow this to happen? So I think that one of the things that you know, I look forward to healthy and respectful debate, and I say respectful because I think that the commissioners, and I don't know with the Chief Justice and the Chief Electoral Officer and the third person yet to be named, but the bottom line is how will they view these areas? And I suspect that if they had if they were experienced in traveling the province, in seeing the differences in terms of what these communities are built like, and I had that opportunity during the midterm timber supply back in, I believe, 2012. We traveled to 30, 40 small communities, and they need a say at the table here. Dunster, Valemont, McBride, you know, Quesnel. Not that Quesnel's small, but the bottom line is that there's many communities counting on the fact that they are not left behind in terms of the economy. The economy is not across the water over in the Lower Mainland. A part of it is the universities, but we need to continue to invest in these areas to bring them the opportunity. As the member from Prince George Mackenzie said, in Northern Health Authority, there's no cardiac services in their area, and so that means, and I know that in Kelowna we're working on a stroke clinic, or more than a stroke clinic, but a center of excellence at the Kelowna General Hospital, and we should aspire to that for people that are in the north. They already have vast differences, and medevac or not, that doesn't help when time is of the essence. So we need to make certain we continue to remind people in the lower part of this province that we need to have services there. And it costs more money to deliver services there because of the fact that there's less population to spread it across. But you know, the province in the north would not be where it is today if we didn't invest in UNBC, or the fact that we came up with a way of distributing some of the wealth that was occurring from the oil and gas industry into Dawson Creek and Fort St. John and Fort Nelson, or the fact that we have, you know, other opportunities to make communities better, whether it's Williams Lake, Quesnel, and Smithers, Houston's, Burns Lake, and we rebuilt in those communities, like after the Burns Lake fire. We really need to make certain that they're not just a footnote, and they'll become like communities that were part of the overall, you know, the gold rush, in the sense that they were there and then they disappeared, etc. And I think the situation is that we need to ensure that there is adequate representation. So that's one of the things that I'm really wanting to make certain, and I will be there to make certain that we raise the questions. I'll be doing the same thing in my constituency to make certain that the people that are represented in Kelowna West don't forget about the other parts of the province. They know that they either that they may have come from there, or they know that there's many things that are that we're benefiting from the things that they bring to the province. I mean, those resources that I talked about, whether it's in First Nation communities on the coast, inland, natural gas, etc., those revenues, those tax revenues are significant, and they matter. And they matter to everybody in the urban areas, and so we need to make certain that we're doing our job to make certain that that their interests and the fabric of those communities we continue to invest in. And that's not going to happen if we take away from those areas and say, well, you don't really have enough population. I know that in, I believe it's Houston, Canfor's got one of these huge sawmills, and it's called a super mill. The amount that it processes, and I don't know the numbers of millions of cubic meters of logs that they process, but they do it with a couple of hundred people. I've been told that that mill would have been 10 times that size had it not been for technology and advancements that were maybe developed at the coast. But there needs to be an understanding that the population, to grow the population, we need to make certain we create opportunities. Value add is a good example. Outside of Burns Lake, we looked at all sorts of value add in terms of the forest sector. I know this government has spoken to that. I know that First Nations want to be a part of that. It's important, but we need to make certain that we continue to find opportunities. And it's very difficult to, if everybody has to travel to, the major centers to kind of come and explain or sell or whatever their particular opportunities that exist in their particular ridings, I think that it diminishes the ability of the province to grow, prosper, and develop the north. And there's all sorts of unforeseen potential there. I mean, clean, I know that, the rare earth minerals, et cetera, which are in demand and something that we're going to continue to need as long as we embrace clean power, et cetera. Some of those have yet to be extracted from British Columbia, and they're something that we have an opportunity on. But it takes usually communities that are remote, usually takes First Nations that are a part of these communities to help operate and develop these sites, because they're often in these areas, and they're not necessarily, it's not town sites that get developed, it's, people that are out there in rural and remote areas that will help develop that. So I really want to make certain that the government takes its time, is thoughtful about the fact that they've taken off the table of the protection. Secondly, when I look around this chamber, and I know that when I first got elected, there was less seats than there are now. And I know that the talk now is to go up from 87 to 93. And I have no idea if we continue along this pathway, what do we do with the chamber when it becomes, too full and crowded? And the reality is that I'm not certain that I would say it's not uncrowded at the present time, having sat on these benches for quite a number of years. So I look forward to the government being thoughtful, especially about First Nation communities that are obviously underrepresented in many cases. They're the ones that need this, and I know that many of the people that want to move there, start a family, they need representation as well. And there's communities that ebb and flow with the economy, and I know that Fort Nelson has gone through unbelievably challenging times with the price and the changes in oil and gas. But I do think that those type of communities require having representation. And I'll finish on one note here. I was in Fort Nelson back in 2009, maybe 2010, and I was in Fort Nelson, and they'd had a ice skating rink that was part of their rec complex. It was the only facility that that community had. Fort Nelson, my recollection is it was around just under 3,000 people. It was going gangbusters. But this particular arena had been built by the local people that first settled there, and maybe it hadn't been engineered properly, but regardless, it collapsed and they were having to dismantle. And I was there on the day that they were knocking it down, and I remember meeting with the mayor of the northern municipality of the Rockies, and he told me about what this meant to the community. This was their single and sole facility, and they're like 6 or 7 hours north of Fort St. John. So it's not like you can run back to Fort St. John and have an event, public meetings, etc. This was important, and I can remember coming back, talking to my colleagues here, and we were able to, in that particular time, give Fort Nelson one of the single largest grants, community grants under the community gaming grants, to help them build that facility and get back up. And it's important because if I hadn't have, been up there, we might have heard, or the member from Fort St. John North or North Peace River might have known about it, but the reality is that I brought back that reality that I'd been there, and I could support the member from Peace River North in making certain that people knew the value of making an investment in that community. And it's not too dissimilar in Hazelton when they were doing, they had Hockeyville. I was up there with the mayor and talking about Hockeyville, and I'm thinking, my goodness, why would Hockeyville be so important out here? Well, it's important because the sense of community. Hockeyville, of course, is not in one of our ridings, but I have to tell you that I respectfully understand that, and I am glad that they have a new arena, and look forward to many good projects still coming forward for people that live in rural British Columbia, because we're not going to give up and trade off their representation, even though Bill 7 suggests that we might do that. So I look forward to committee stage on this bill, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Member. Member for Skeena, I'd just like to join with the Speaker today and express how deeply regretful the news from this weekend was and how heavy our heart is. Please join the debate.
I appreciate that. It's been a tough week, considering this discovery in Kamloops, and it's affecting First Nations from all over BC in 203 communities. And quite interestingly, before I get into the debate on Bill 7, of course, it's actually affecting the next generation, which is surprising because my generation was doing what we could to learn about what had happened in residential schools and trying to relay that information to the next generation, which was hard. But this has actually brought it to their consciousness. And it's, I think time is going to tell where this ends up in terms of the province and the country dealing with that sad stain in our history. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak to Bill 7, a piece of legislation that will have profound implications for the future of how British Columbians are represented in this province. And for those of you at home, following every second election, the Electoral Boundaries Commission is appointed to examine the current electoral boundaries and make alterations as needed to keep up with the ever-changing demographics of this province, especially when we're known as an attractive province to come live, work, and play. And that has actually resulted in a number of different equations that we haven't been able to answer yet, including rising house prices. While the appointing of this commission is routine, the changes proposed in this legislation are not routine, especially in today's day and age. Because really what we're talking about here as almost as a side issue is the removal of protections that have been put in place to ensure that rural British Columbia is represented in our legislature. And I understand why. I understand why we've got to change the boundaries in terms of representation, but specifically what we're talking about is to remove statutory protections to 3 regions: Caribou, Thompson, Columbia, Kootenay, and the North. And the North is such a general description of what we're talking about, what I've heard in this House, north of Hope. BC is an incredibly huge province and diverse, very diverse. I've heard that a number of times, very diverse. But ultimately, what I think we're really getting at on this side of the House, and I've read some of the transcripts from past debates regarding this topic, I think what we're talking about really is quality of representation. And we're talking about quality of representation in terms of the urban representation as well as rural. And we've got to find that balance. Because representation, in terms of democracy, I mean, that's a fundamental aspect of democracy, representation. And I do understand the main point of the change is actually changing the boundaries, but the representation seems to be the ultimate topic of what we're debating here today. And to be honest, I haven't heard about this process before, but I do know what it's like to fight for true representation. And I do take a lot of my experience from what I did in a previous life as Chief Counsellor of the Haisla Nation Council, as well as a councillor for 8 years with the council as well. And it's quite interesting because in terms of what we're talking about here, back when we were talking about this, you know, under the umbrella of democracy, we were talking about representation as well, but we were talking about it in opposite terms. And that's how I came to understand the principles of democracy and a vote and representation. Because under the Indian Act, actually if you want to live by the Indian Act, by the word, then basically all you're dealing with is everything on reserve. But if you're a progressive First Nation, like my band, the Indian Act is an artificial boundary itself. The rules there are so archaic and so out of date, they don't even matter. Nobody cares. And so when we started talking about representation, the one issue that popped out to us was, okay, the funding agreement that comes to us is restricted only to those band members on reserve. So we couldn't really do much about band members living off reserve. And, you know, band funding agreements are so restrictive. They only give you enough to kind of just actually cover off your operations. That's all they do. And if you come up with a surplus because of good management, you get punished. They take away money the next year, or they penalize you. They claw back money is what they call. If you don't do a good job of managing those Indian Act funding dollars, you know, they come out in a deficit, they punish you. Yeah. You get punished if you do good, you get punished if you do bad. And so kind of what our band did was segregate that, leave it over there, and let's move into the world of economic development and bring in revenues that we can use, you know, to service all our band members, no matter where they live in BC or Canada for that matter. So it was the opposite fight. Our council is fighting for those revenues so that we could actually represent the off-reserve members without the burden of the Indian Act. And we understood back then, just by consultation, what our band members were going through in the urban setting. We understood it, mainly because we went down there to give them updates on what we're doing, and we'd get the feedback in terms of what they were thinking. Until we could come up with a plan for housing on reserve, they were dealing with affordability issues, access issues. They were dealing with housing. So I just find it kind of ironic that now I'm here trying to talk about the opposite in terms of rural representation versus urban representation. And I was quite lucky that we actually won that battle. We did bring in considerable revenues, and we continued to work in terms of that representation, and it was all based on a court case called Corbier. If you want to look it up, Corbier. And we predicted that ultimately where it was going, that we would have to look after off-reserve members anyway in terms of elections and representation, which we embraced because we thought it was a way to get past Indian Act rules where an off-reserve member had the same rights to services and benefits that were afforded to people on reserve. So we won that battle, we brought in revenues, and we're ever changing our programs to include all band members on our band list, no matter where they live, and most of them live in urban settings. There's a huge population in Vancouver. And it's quite interesting because there's a huge lack of understanding in terms of how people get represented. And I get it all the time, not only from First Nations, from non-First Nations. The number of people that came up to me during the last federal election that wished me luck was incredible. So here we are talking about changing the boundaries of electoral ridings, but I'm not quite sure if people truly understand the nature of how they're represented in the first place, given the confusion around federal elections and representation versus provincial elections. And that's what I try to do. That was part of what I did as Chief Counsel. I tried to explain the nature of the Indian Act, the nature of rights and title, the nature of treaty negotiations, the nature of the Constitution, and given updates on everything I was doing, whether or not I was succeeding or failing at what I had actually promised. It was part of my idea on transparency and accountability. That's what I continue to try to do as an MLA. I try to do updates as impartial as I can, not only to describe the issues coming out of the legislature, but also why and how. I mean, anybody coming in as a rookie to this place is going to have a really steep learning curve in terms of what we're doing here, in terms of debate, in terms of committee stage, in terms of estimates. It takes a while. I mean, even just to figure out where the bathroom is going to be or where the birch room is, that takes a while. So imagine trying to go back and explain all this process to a person who doesn't follow politics, doesn't follow governance, and explain to them, oh, by the way, your riding might disappear. It might get enveloped into a bigger riding. And in the north, I mean, where the ridings are so big anyway, that include many different communities, that might be hard to comprehend. But I do see the need. I do see the need for the boundary changes, especially when we're talking about the growing population of BC. And the way BC is advertised, it's a good place to live. Canada is a great place to live. Democracy, freedom, quality of life, the outdoors, the opportunities when they come back. It's a great place to live. I mean, I know I've read some of those reports where they talk we're like 170th down on the quality of life and best place to live, but that doesn't change the fact that, 50,000 people are coming to BC every year? There's a reason they're coming. And for the most part, I guess it's generally accepted that when these people are coming to BC, they're actually stopping in the Lower Mainland, whether it be Vancouver, Surrey, Richmond, because it's just a well-known place. It's a landmark. But there are more people starting to understand once they get to Vancouver, they start to explore the rest of this vast province, they see other places of attraction. You know, they start to look in different places. They come to understand how big BC is. There was just I had lunch down here in the legislature for lunch just a little while ago, just today. Not because I was hungry, because I celebrated the idea that I could sit with a colleague and have lunch in the legislature cafeteria. There's two people sitting on the next table with us, and they were actually looking at houses. They were coming from California, and they were coming up to Victoria to look for a house, for a place to live, retired couple. This is the attraction. So I understand why we have to change the boundaries. And it's understandable when we're talking about the representation of urban ridings versus rural. But I do have a question. When we're talking about representation in urban riding, will more representation over a smaller geographical area, will that equal, number one, quality representation? Number two, will it answer some of the questions around housing affordability? Or even affordability in general? And I know there's not many people that can answer that right now, because right now I have a tough enough time representing Skeena. I mean, Skeena is, I know the area quite well. I also know how hard it is to get across the riding of Skeena at the best of times. Skeena is actually, at a minimum, 32,000 people. And they're in different populations in Kitimat Village, Terrace, Niska, Kitsimkalem, and Kitsilas. They are approximately living in 23,500 square kilometers. And when I'm going out there and trying to drive to these areas from my village, in Kitimat Village, to the farthest extent, which is actually Kincolith, we're going to hit a lot of different areas along the way. We're going to hit a lot of bed and breakfast. We're going to hit a lot of different tourism sites. And we've got to drive. I mean, it takes me probably, if I did a straight run, it would probably take me 5.5 hours just to get from one end to the other. That's no stops. If it's winter time, it takes even longer. If you're lucky, if you make it, if the roads don't get shut down, which happens a lot. If the roads are so treacherous that the Ministry of Highways comes in and shuts them down. Or if you're unlucky, you get stuck on the highway in the middle of a blizzard coming home from the Prince Rupert All Native, and you're the lead car coming out, and there's 100 cars behind you, but you can't go any faster than 30 kilometers an hour. And nobody wants to pass you on the road from Rupert to Terrace because it's a whiteout. So if we're talking about changing the boundaries to actually make them larger, then does this mean that a constituent maybe has to drive from Tahltan in the north down to Terrace to visit their MLA? Especially an elder that doesn't have access to internet. It's a valid question. I mean, right now, we already see the difficulties. I mean, in one particular instance, I can see, and I've heard, of the difficulties of representing North Coast. That's a tough riding. Not only do they have to represent Rupert, but they also have to take a plane or a boat to visit their ridings, meaning Bella Bella, Haida Gwaii, Klemtu, Hartley Bay. That is a tough riding, just in terms of transportation. But in the worst of times, I mean, when you're talking about a place like Wright Sound outside of Hartley Bay, and if you don't know Wright Sound and Gill Island, that's the place where the ferry went down a few years ago, and the Hartley Bay people came out and actually saved the people on board. That is a really bad chunk of water, very bad. The north wind that hits that is, I don't want to say treacherous, I just think it's dangerous. As a taxi boat operator, on 2 occasions, trying to come out of that area, going against the waves, 2 things happened. I thought I wasn't going to make it. Number 2, I wanted to quit. Really bad areas. And even ferries going through there have a tough time crossing Millbank Sound. I've heard a lot about the diversity and the geography of BC, but we haven't talked about what it means to be living in a coastal area where an MLA might have to travel out to talk to their constituents, or even worse, the constituent has to come in to a town to actually get an issue addressed. But it does come down to the quality of representation. I do understand we're getting more connected, but we haven't really resolved those connectivity issues today. We haven't really resolved them yet. And even if we do, the most my mother could do, rest her soul, was participate on Facebook. That's all she could do. She couldn't go online and type out a census form. She couldn't, not that she needed a ICBC renewal or anything like that, but she couldn't do stuff like that. Most of the time when we knew there was something official, we had to bring a hard copy to her to get her through something. Or we had to sit and we had to type out stuff on the internet for her on a computer. So it will come down to the quality of representation, in my view. And it's issues that I haven't really seen talked about in depth in the debates I've heard here. And I think this is why the Electoral Boundaries Commission itself had said that effective representation is not simply anchored to the equality of population. I think it's an important point. 2015 report says factors like geography, community history, community interest, and minority representation should be taken into account when deciding how to draw electoral boundaries. I can't agree more. Because we're going to get bigger, and the issues are going to become more diverse. And even when you come down to the urban settings, you know, it strikes me that I can walk into a riding like Richmond and get a good understanding of what the people are talking about in terms of the issues they're facing and think, okay, these are the issues urban people are facing. But then when I go to Surrey, I get a completely different story. There's even diversity within our urban ridings. They're not all alike. I mean, I never knew in an urban setting that parking for semi-tractor trailers was an issue in Surrey. I didn't know that. They don't know where to park their trucks. They're not allowed to park on streets. They're not allowed to park on farms. So they're asking, where do we park our trucks? Trucking is one of the fundamental operations that keep BC going. And they're asking. That was the first time I ever heard that. So it's not just the diversity of rural rides we're talking about, that there's a tremendous amount of diversity in our urban ridings that we have to take into account. I also see a number of diversity issues in terms of Vancouver Island. I mean, you go to Campbell River, beautiful place. But one of the biggest issues I saw there was the complaint that the cruise ship industry hadn't taken off there. How do we address it? They built the infrastructure, but the cruise ships weren't stopping. And they were counting on that to actually bolster up their economy. You go to southern Vancouver Island, on the other hand, and we're seeing the news, they've got a completely different outlook in terms of what's important to them. And I just have to read the news on that. But the diversity, in terms of all the factors that we talked about, is what makes BC a great place to live. I mean, just in Skeena, we haven't really talked much about the representation of First Nations who are just starting to understand the world around them and where they can be involved. I find myself explaining more often than not the nature of provincial representation. But I can't go into the Kitsillas First Nation and say that, well, your issues are very similar to Kitsim-Kalim because you just live 15 minutes down the road. Can't do it. Even though they both come from the Tsimshian Nation themselves. They're very different. They're diverse. They're part of what you call the Tsimshian Nation, which includes Kitsim-Kalim, Kitsillas, Lakwalams, Kitkatla, Kitasoo, but not Bella, Woodlisla, not Woodlisla. But each one of them, even though they're under this banner of Tsimshian Nation, they're all very different, very diverse. I can tell you that the dreams of economic development in terms of exporting LNG for some First Nations up in North Coast, you won't find that in Kitasoo. In fact, if anything, Kitasoo is very proud of their fish farm that they've been operating there for the last what, 20 years? They're very proud of the cannery that they've actually built in their community. That is one of their priorities. Keep their fish farm alive. But you can't relate that to every First Nation along the North Coast, even inland. You can't relate to that because we're all different. So I do understand that this is going to be hopefully an impartial process, and I do hope that the clauses that we've spoken today to ensure, that the boundaries selection is done in an open, transparent manner. I do understand that, but that's what we're going to strive for. But if there's one thing that I would leave with this House and the members of the House, is that quality of representation matters, whether it's in an urban riding or a rural setting. And we also got to talk about accessibility in the worst of times, in the worst of weather, on some of the worst highways during the wintertime that I've ever seen, apart from what I've experienced down south as well. And this is what makes BC great, in my opinion. But the principles of democracy and representation go hand in hand. And we can't lose sight of that, because BC's got a great future, if we do it right, because we've got to do it together. We've got to succeed together. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Caribou-Chilcotin. You're on mute, member. Push the button. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for that. I too wanted to take just a moment to acknowledge the horrendous findings in Kamloops and to offer up my condolences and hopes for healing there. I also wanted to thank the First Nations of the Caribou-Chilcotin for inviting me to share a moment of healing on Friday night, to speak and to share songs, but particularly the Williams Lake First Nation for hosting the event on their traditional lands. As always, it is a pleasure to rise virtually today in this House to debate another bill. That bill, of course, today is Bill 7. And I wanted to start by recognizing the hard work by all MLAs in this House with respect to the work done every day to represent all of our ridings. I'm aware of the hours that many of us keep, as I have on many occasions received and sent emails and texts at all hours of the night and even the wee hours of the morning. And I'm aware that we all start early with meetings and finish many times very late at night, and I applaud that effort. That's not an urban issue, and that's certainly not a rural issue. That effort is put forward by any passionate member of this House, no matter the location of the MLA. I also wanted to note right off the start that I'm not opposed to increasing the number of seats in this province, particularly in fast-growing places like the Lower Mainland or in other areas. Somehow the message that the government is hearing from us seems to be one of complaining that we're working too hard and that rural MLAs seem to work harder, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I can absolutely respect the fact that our MLAs work very hard, and what they lack in those urban areas in geography, they certainly make up for in numbers of constituents. I don't aim at all to suggest that I work harder than a member located in any rural center. I only aim to explain that our ridings do present significant challenges also, and that any commission that reviews these borders must consider those challenges. Like many of our urban MLAs, I am a well-known member of my community for my volunteer work and other things. I'm also known to be approachable and accessible, as you all are. But what happens to that contact if you were to shift my seat from the center of my riding to one of the larger centers of Prince George or Kamloops, or for that matter, just make one ginormous riding? That is what some of these geographically larger ridings are trying to convey to this House, and of course, the hardworking people of the Commission. I can appreciate the challenges of the larger ridings representing many people, but just as my riding can be too large geographically, so can any riding in terms of numbers of constituents. I was surprised last week to hear some of that the bill had conjured up in early stages of debate personal attacks on MLAs here trying only to represent their constituents. Of all the bills that we must get right for all of the people of this province, it is this one. I hope that the Commission and other members can appreciate that there are challenges with respect to the numbers of constituents, but will hopefully note the significant challenges with respect to geography as well. As I said, it's a pleasure to be able to express my thoughts on this bill, as well as the opportunity to share thoughts of some of my constituents. It is shocking when this topic comes up, and I do know that it does come up from time to time. It does create a genuine sense of concern and fear, for sure, in my riding, and I'm certain that that's not unique to my riding alone. In fact, when this bill was announced, there were immediately calls to my offices in 100 Mile House and Williams Lake. And without question, that is the fastest response to a bill presented in this House since I've been here. The possibility of loss of local representation always creates that fear, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure it's a standard response from so many ridings. You see, Mr. Speaker, it's always a matter of fair representation for these folks. When we discuss things like fair representation, I'll try to demonstrate just how important it is that constituents have the opportunity to know their representative and to have the opportunity to express their feelings on any subject before this House or before the government, but further, that those feelings that they have conveyed will make it to this place so that everyone here hears it. From my own experience over the past months, I know how hard that can be at times. I know the effort that it takes to share those messages with everyone here. I and others have spoken to what are very serious concerns in some of the ridings, particularly with respect to flooding and wildfires. And as serious as those messages are, let's face it, sometimes it takes a few mentions to be heard. My constituents have come to expect this. They've come to expect that their message is heard no matter the effort on my part. The fear, of course, with respect to any increase in the physical size of our riding, it will create a need for them to travel more. It'll create more effort on their part to convey their thoughts. Fear that it will take more effort, period, to be heard. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to discuss for a moment the size of some of the rural ridings, particularly mine. I'll attempt to paint a picture for you and this House, the gargantuan physical size of the Caribou-Chilcotin. It really should come as no surprise that the size of these ridings is geographically staggering. Some of the ridings take the better part of a day and 2 tanks of gas to cross. That, Mr. Speaker, is on a dry summer's day. Let's not forget, in the north, they're not all dry summer days. Very often, we have the challenge of traveling through snowstorms, slippery sections of roads in very cold temperatures. In Caribou-Chilcotin, it can be a challenge to go between 2 offices and keep regular schedules, and yet we do. We do, Mr. Speaker, out of a desire to serve the people of this riding, out of a commitment for what I do, out of a desire to stay connected to our communities, a desire, Mr. Speaker, to represent. The constituents and taxpayers of these ridings, from a track record of exemplary service provided over the past years from hardworking MLAs from all parties, have become very used to and expect this service from their representative in the Caribou-Chilcotin. Mr. Speaker, they've come to expect that they come to know personally their MLA. They've come to expect frequent and regular visits from their MLA into their communities and would expect to be able to convey their thoughts through their MLA to this place here in Victoria. I urge the committee to consider the thoughts of our constituents and respect the fact that the ridings any larger will cause serious issues with respect to those connections currently in place. The ridings are massive now. As I mentioned before, the subject of riding boundary reform obviously comes up from time to time. And when it does come up in this riding, the response of the constituents of the riding is generally fear. I can't help but believe that the fear is felt by all people, no matter where they sit on the political spectrum. The reason for this fear or frustration is that we do live typically in very vast ridings, and as I've said, these people are owed fair representation. People have chosen to live these rural areas, many who have chosen to live there for work reasons or perhaps more affordable housing than other jurisdictions. These folks feel as though they're being penalized for that choice in some cases. Many of these people work in fields that create very much tax revenue and royalties and stumpage, wealth for all of the people of British Columbia to enjoy. Fields like mining, logging, gas, oil, even growing food like fresh fruit, veggies, meat, and dairy. In fact, it's the very nature of many of these businesses that create the vast expanses to our ridings, which in turn create sparsely laid out communities. These people who have chosen to live in many cases with limited amenities and are happy to do so and not complain for the most part. But these people, and I know this firsthand, Mr. Speaker, they do expect access to their representative. People from all places on the political spectrum absolutely expect their voices to be heard in Victoria. And when this conversation comes up, they feel as though that is an attempt to possibly stifle those voices. Many decisions made in this place have a very serious effect on so many people in these that desire to be heard. The debate on these issues before this House is very important to the residents, no matter how many hours up a Forest Service road they live. Mr. Speaker, in the furthest reaches of my riding, I already have to travel 3 to 4 hours one way to get to the closest MLA, or they have to travel 3 to 4 hours to get to the closest MLA for a meeting. Mr. Speaker, surely the members of this House would not expect them to travel another 3 or more hours to meet with an MLA. Let's not forget that some of these areas do not have internet or they have bad service, so even a Zoom is out of the question. The ridings cannot be larger for proper representation. That's been noted by past commissions. I viewed maps that suggested following similar maps to federal electoral boundaries, and for many reasons that will not work in these ridings. Unlike MPs, and let me be clear, it's not my intention to insult our hardworking MPs, but the ground they must cover is simply too large. It is a staggering size to their ridings. In the Cariboo region, their MLAs are part of these communities. We are known firsthand. We live in the ridings. We belong to the chamber, our service groups, and our volunteer in our communities. But above all, we're accessible and very often known very well because of the community connections. But more than anything, we know what the issues are in our communities and are able to react in times of trouble or emergencies. And I can prove that point, Mr. Speaker, by explaining that I drove out to the Chilcotin last week to observe road conditions myself so that I could have real-time information to bring back to this place. That drive was a 6-hour round trip, and I started from Williams Lake. Mr. Speaker, we can't expect our constituents to have to make 14-hour round trips to larger centers and expect them to absorb the cost of lodging, fuel, and meals just to have a meeting with their representative. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that the 6-hour round trip that I just spoke about to inspect highway conditions for a representative coming from Kamloops or Prince or somewhere else, that could be up to 12 to 14 hours. And how often would that be possible for a member to travel that far to gather this information? How often would they be expected to reach out to these communities, Mr. Speaker? Another thing to note is that I didn't, in that trip, leave the beaten path of Highway 20. There are so many more hours of ground to cover in this riding. To increase the riding by any geographical size would be a gargantuan mistake. If you were to get into a car in Decca Lake and drive to Anaheim, it would take you almost 6 hours. You could actually get to Vancouver faster. The riding is very large geographically. I have 2 offices, one in Williams Lake, one in 100 Mile House, and we've committed to be in 100 Mile as often as possible, which, as I said before, is no small feat, particularly in the winter. Another consideration, Mr. Speaker, is growth. While it may not be keeping pace with the fastest growing cities in Vancouver, it should be noted that we have had large amounts of growth over the past couple of years, as evidenced by many new developments throughout the region. And I believe this growth will continue, and it'll even be larger after COVID restrictions are lessened and service providers and our government provide the proper connectivity to our rural areas. I believe we will experience growth like never before. The residents here want their provincial representative to be accessible and able to be reached at a time of need, and honestly, they won't settle for less. Furthermore, it's not just the geography of the ridings that will be a huge challenge for MLAs from larger ridings to traverse, but what happens for the large base of constituents after you add additional 10 to 40,000 to those larger ridings? I really fear that the people of my riding will not be served properly. Mr. Speaker, if you add all of those residents to another riding, you will end up with double trouble. Now you'll have geographically unmanageable ridings along with too many people to represent. Mr. Speaker, how could they properly be represented with their representatives as many as 7 hours away with really only one effective way to get to this part of the riding? Mr. Speaker, I believe in fair representation. I'm not opposed to adding more ridings in the Lower Mainland, but I do firmly believe that there has to be more thought given to these electoral borders than just simply numbers. Many ridings have had to deal with the worst forest fires we've ever endured in this province. Some jurisdictions have endured the worst flooding in 100 years. Mr. Speaker, it should be known just how busy our offices have been serving the people of the riding through these trying times, but also through this time of COVID. Mr. Speaker, on many occasions, I've been called by groups and ministries, Interior Health, to communicate messages with respect to immunization clinics, with respect to COVID-19 cluster declarations, with respect to detours for flooding or road damage. I don't think that I'm exaggerating the value placed on an engaged member of the Legislative Assembly. The communities that I serve have come to expect a late-night video message of breaking news in the riding of Caribou-Chilcotin. I wanted to stress the point that there is a need for communication in the reverse also. As I suggested, I have brought messages back from different ministries to this riding. I have been the conduit to allow my constituents the opportunities to be in contact with ministers and ministries here in Victoria. The road certainly runs both ways, of course. Mr. Speaker, our offices in 100 Mile and Williams Lake are truly engaged, and we do our part. Bev Marks, constituency assistant in 100 Mile House, and Jenny Huffman in Williams Lake to communicate the messages from the Caribou-Chilcotin to Victoria, where we work with our team member, Hannah Levitt, here to be sure that the messages from the Caribou-Chilcotin are received and delivered. We advocate every day for our constituents that are stuck in the cracks of a very complicated system that we've built. The MLAs in rural BC have a daunting task to serve these very vast areas and work hard to be sure that this communication is flowing freely. This point can't be downplayed, Mr. Speaker. Members on both sides of this House have defended these rural ridings and their geographical size in the past. In the last commission, we actually added 2 ridings in the Lower Mainland, and it was at that time noted by members in this place that the geography was challenging in many of the rural ridings. Ridings, Mr. Speaker, that represent remote communities along with Indigenous communities that are very difficult to access. This was acknowledged by the previous commission. It was noted that the 2 ridings had to be added in the Lower Mainland, but that these ridings in rural BC would be preserved to offer rural British Columbians an opportunity to be fairly represented. Mr. Speaker, I suppose the question to the Commission and the acting government is a simple one, and that is, what has changed? Population counts in many parts of rural BC and the rest of this province are growing. Almost every one of the ridings is feeling some growth. That can't be ignored either. The growth, as I suggested earlier, may not be keeping up with some of the urban ridings, but rural BC is growing. And one last thing that I wanted to discuss is the representation that you have witnessed in Caribou-Chilcotin along with Caribou North to represent our ridings in this place and to different ministries with respect to roads. And Mr. Speaker, we can do that well. Again, as I pointed out before, we can do that because we live here and we know what the road at Morrison Meadow should look like. We know how to explain these problems, and we can respond by taking an afternoon drive to see with our own eyes what is happening and report back to this House. Surely you can appreciate the noise that these 2 ridings have made here with respect to roads in Victoria so that our constituents could be heard. And I think our residents and taxpayers will lose that representation if we're to break these ridings up and give these voters to larger centres. Mr. Speaker, any suggestion of actually doing this will be met with frustration in these ridings. It is wrong to give the people of BC less of anything, but Mr. Speaker, it is particularly wrong to give them less representation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing Kootenay East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take honor to respond in the second reading debate on Bill 7, the Electoral Boundaries Commission Amendment Act. And I speak from the traditional territory of the Ktunahan First Nation and the hardworking and fun-loving people of Kootenay East. And what we have here in front of us is Bill 7, a piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, that could have a profound implication for the future of how British Columbians are represented in our province. Our democracy is being challenged, I believe, with the removal of some of the protected areas that were put in by a commission not too long ago. Now we know, following every 2 elections, the Electoral Boundaries Commission is appointed to examine the current electoral boundaries and make alterations as needed to keep up with the changing demographics of the province. And I don't think anybody on either side of the House debates that there is a need for this. Absolutely. Our province is indeed getting larger, and there's a lot of urban centers that are growing a lot more disproportionately than rural ridings. So I don't think anybody has a problem with expanding ridings per se down the Lower Mainland. What we oppose is the restriction or the elimination of protected areas that has been put forward by this bill. While the appointing of the commission is routine, the changes proposed in the legislation before us are not, as it seeks to remove protections that have been put in place to ensure that rural British Columbians are represented in our legislature. So that should be the first red flag, Mr. Speaker. These protected areas, as I've said, have been agreed upon by nonpartisan commissions. This government sees fit to remove those findings from those commissions and to challenge the fact that diversity in British Columbia is no greater than the amount of people in a riding. And what I mean by that is, and I think the member before me mentioned that nobody's questioning the hard work that all MLAs do. It's a tough job. But when we look at representation across the province and we look at some of the smaller ridings in the province that have large urban populations, say the West End, for example, a couple thousand people could mean moving those boundaries a couple city blocks. What we're seeing with this bill is to remove those protections, and that could be moving those boundaries a couple 100 miles, which is really hard to fathom when our ridings are as large as they are. Some of them the size of small European countries. Mine's not so big, comparatively speaking to some of the other ones. Mine's only about maybe 4 hours from tip to tip on a good summer day. But those things change a lot when we get different weather patterns coming in. And I'll speak to that in a little bit. So specifically, this bill seeks to remove statutory protections to 3 regions. That's the Caribou-Thompson, the Columbia-Kootenay, which is my riding, or part of my riding, and the North. So my riding, as I said, is in the Columbia-Kootenay riding. And that I share that with 4 other people. So it's Columbia River Revelstoke, Kootenay East, Nelson Creston, and Kootenay West. So 4 large ridings with 4 completely different demographics, geographies, First Nation communities, and all have their own specific unique issues. These regions have been protected because while they have a lower population than the densely populated Lower Mainland, they are vast geographic regions full of diverse people who deserve to be fairly represented in Victoria. And I'll come to some examples a little later on. The purpose of the Electoral Boundaries Commission is to make sure that the political boundaries in this province are drawn in such a way as to provide every British Columbian with effective representation. So it's not necessarily the amount of people in the riding, it's also takes in consideration the size, the geographical size, the accessibility of people to communicate and to share ideas with their provincial representative. And this is something we are in favor of, something that this side of the House has always advocated for. And I believe, quite honestly, there are many members on the other side that can see the rationale behind this as well, because not all rural ridings are with the opposition government right now. There are many that are in government right now. So they understand. They understand. They may not speak to it, but I'm very positive that those rural MLAs totally understand the unique geographical challenges that these large ridings provide us. Because BC is a vast province with varied geography and terrain, diverse people, groups, and communities, and very different needs. We have the most beautiful jurisdiction anywhere in the world. We have everything here, quite honestly. We've got oceans, we've got rainforests, we've got deserts, we've got some of the greatest lakes, freshwater lakes. We've got, where I live, the Rocky Mountains and many other mountain passes throughout the province. We got the Great Prairies up north in the Peace region, and and the people to match it, cultures, nationalities, different races. We got everything here going for us right now, but those diversities have to be represented in an equitable fashion, and that's what we're trying to get at here with this bill that's in front of us. This bill also acknowledges and leaves space for the fact that the needs of Prince Rupert, for example. I've never been to Prince Rupert before, but my uncles lived there. He said it rained quite a bit, which is quite a contrast from my corner of the province in the South Country, where it's very dry. So that just speaks to some of the diversities we have in the province. I've never been to places like Atlin, for example. I think the member from Kelowna West mentioned he'd never been there either. We're at the tip top of the northern part of our province. It's amazing how sometimes people think that Prince George is in the north, and yet it's relatively in the middle of the province. But we don't see it that way because we're so vast and so diverse. So in my riding, for example, there's very common interests and complaints that surround all of us. And I think it would be common in all the other rural ridings that are close to me, such as access to healthcare, wildlife management, senior and assisted living care. They're fairly synonymous with a lot of the other ridings, but there's also uniquenesses in there. For example, for healthcare, we have a regional hospital here in Cranbrook. There's also another regional hospital in the West Kootenays. When I was on the regional district board, I fought very hard. I was also on the hospital board as well. I fought very hard to bring an MRI diagnostic machine here to Cranbrook, the regional hospital here, as opposed to the other option, which was in the West Kootenays. Eventually, we got the MRI here first, which was great relief to everybody here in the East Kootenays. And I think the rationale was because we were so geographically challenged to the rest of the province for services. West Kootenays is a little closer to Kelowna and the Lower Mainland, that kind of thing. So the decisions were made on our diversity. And that would be a challenge. That would be a challenge if I was to represent an expanded Kootenay East that went into the West Kootenays. It'd be tough for me to, argue one way or the other because somebody would be left out. Highway maintenance, that's another thing that's really important to us in rural BC, is that in my riding of Kootenay East, we have a highways contractor. If I go to Columbia River Revelstoke, it's a different highways contractor. If I go to Kootenay West, it's a different highways contractor. So it would be tough to argue or to represent my constituents equitably if I was in favor of one contractor or the other, or certain standards on one side or the other. These contracts also have different expiration dates. So it would be a challenge for sure. Our Southeast Fire Center, for example, that's another difference that we have between us and urban BC. Our Southeast Fire Center is centered in the West Kootenays. However, out here in the East Kootenays, we have totally different weather patterns, totally different. In my riding alone, we have up to 7 different weather patterns that contribute to dangerous driving conditions in the winter, fall, or spring, as well as devastating fire conditions in the summer. So in Kootenay West or Nelson Creston, it's a total different ecosystem over there. You got a lot of deciduous trees, a lot of rainfall, as compared to in my riding, it's bone dry in the South Country in places like Newgate or Grassmere. So once again, the challenges would be magnified if my riding was to get any larger, and people would feel, and the constituents would feel, disconnected to their MLA for proper representation, because I'd be trying to be all things to all people, and it'd be really tough to rally for them. I have my geographical location here in the southeast corner of the province is also challenging. I have Kootenay Pass to the west of me. Some people call it the Nelson Creston or the Salmo Creston, and some call it the Creston Salmo, depends on what side of the mountain you live on. But it's a very high elevation mountain pass that's closed quite often during the winter, during avalanche control or natural avalanche conditions that happen quite often. Very challenging piece of highway that I really only go over if it's an absolute emergency. Many accidents on that highway. The weather conditions can change within a minute. You could have clear, no snow, and then within a minute it's coming down in buckets and icy conditions instantly. So very challenging, and to traverse across that, or expect my constituents to traverse across that mountain pass wouldn't be fair for them at all. That's to the west of me. So to the south of my riding is the United States. So we sit right on the U.S. border, and so not much room to go there. But of course, we have all kinds of issues on getting back and forth, especially with COVID right now and international travel. I've got guide outfitters that are, I've been trying to rally for them as best I can to find some solution or some kind of support, I guess, from government to assist in their operations. They've seen absolutely no business, zero clientele in the last 2 seasons, because 95% of their clientele exclusively comes from the United States or other international travel. So that's a barrier for sure. To the east of my riding is the Alberta border. So once again, that's very unique to the people that live this close to Alberta, because our access to healthcare is so important. We rely on access to healthcare in Alberta, and under a Canadian universal healthcare system, we need that access. It's in our rights to have access to healthcare. Boundaries should not impede that access. So that's really unique to me and our constituents. So if my boundaries were to expand, that uniqueness would get watered down. It wouldn't be such a major concern as the folks in Nelson, perhaps, or Trail, that have easier access to Kelowna or the Lower Mainland. So once again, it's very important for me to be focused on these direct needs in this region of BC. And like I said, it's not a small riding. I said 4 hours from coast to coast in my area. It's a great riding, but to get any larger would really water down my effectiveness on what's really important to this area right now. And to the north of me, I have Rogers Pass and a whole new valley system, which is the Columbia Valley, which brings a whole host of new issues, all told. So my riding is in a very central, it's in a real niche part of the province, and to expand it anymore would really do a disservice to my constituents. Additionally, we must consider that a large percentage of First Nation communities in BC are located in the regions that are set to have statutory protections removed. Around 30% of First Nations in British Columbia live in the North and the Caribou Thompson regions, some in incredibly remote locations, and we need to ensure that they also have equal access to the representation they are entitled to under the law. So it's not just about my riding, Mr. Speaker. It's the whole collective of ridings throughout the province. They all have their unique challenges, without a doubt. And there's no doubt the urban ridings have their unique challenges as well. But I think one could successfully argue that the smaller the area, the less diversified on the issues will become. I could be wrong, and I'd like to hear members on the other side argue that point. But I think once geographical areas widen, that's when you really get into different issues for different people. So in light of this, we need to maintain a system that makes sure that communities with such varying needs can be effectively represented in our legislature. Of course, we also need to ensure that regions with growing populations are properly represented. We know that cities of Surrey, Vancouver, and those in the Fraser Valley, for example, have seen significant growth in recent years, and electoral boundaries need to be adjusted to accommodate this growth. This will mean adding new ridings in some of these rapidly growing regions. And I alluded to this a little earlier, saying we, on this side of the floor, have no problem with that. We understand there is a major population growth in urban BC. I may also suggest that we will see a flight to rural ridings. We're already seeing it now. Our affordability is starting to increase quite dramatically over the last couple of years as more and more people find their way to perhaps a simpler lifestyle, I guess. I don't know. I have lived in urban centers. I've lived in Richmond and Burnaby. I've lived in Nanaimo. I've lived in Kelowna. So I understand the urban issues. And I guess it's just how you're bred. I just love the fresh air out here and the the easy living that rural ridings represent. But I would argue that the farther out you go geographically, the more issues you'll have in a diversified way with different people and different locations geographically speaking. So in my riding, I'll just go through a little tour of it. If you go to the far north of the riding, it's, I guess, if you go up Highway 41, you'll hit the town of Elkford. And it's a great little spot. And I know the mayor there quite well, Dean McCarricker. I'll mention his name. Great guy. I've known him for a long time. I used to curl against him a long time ago back in the old days. He's got a great council. We communicate quite a bit. And it's a great town. They're actually having their 50th anniversary this year. So here's a little credit and a high five to the town of Elkford, who are celebrating 50 years of incorporation. But if you head south down Highway 41, you'll come into the town of Sparwood, which is another nerve center of Kootenay East. It is our economic hub, I guess you would call it, in the fact that it has 4 of the 5 top biggest mines in British Columbia. Sparwood, the workers there, 4,000 directly employed by Teck Coal. They represent a large portion of our economic stability in the Kootenays and in British Columbia, I might add. I think Teck Coal alone provides well over $600 million in direct expenses to Vancouver, where a lot of the legal and engineering and all that type of stuff is located, headquartered down in Vancouver. So we put out a lot of bucks towards the Lower Mainland. For a small population that we have, 38,000 is the voting population here. For that 38,000, we provide a lot of bang for our buck. And I would like to see what the statistics are per capita on revenues going in. But I think we do our fair share out here. And I think those workers in Sparwood need to be represented, and that their industry needs to be represented. And as the energy critic the the opposition critic for energy and mines and low carbon innovation, I take the role very seriously because I know how important it is to the economy and to the livelihood of people in Sparwood and throughout Kootenay East. I think there's over 500 employees just in Cranbrook alone, and that just radiates out right out through my riding. And then from there, we go down the highway to Fernie, which is our tourism hub. It is a beautiful, beautiful place. Fernie is like the Aspen, Colorado of BC, I guess you'd call it. It's a gorgeous town with great skiing, recreation, you know, whitewater rafting in the summer, fishing, hiking, skiing, mountain biking, you name it. Fernie is, you know, got it all going on. So that in itself, when you you look at the industrialized town of Sparwood, and then you match that with the tourism side of Fernie, I mean, you couldn't get any more diversified right there. Then you head down a little bit more, you swing down a little bit more south to Jaffrey. I don't want to forget towns like Hosmer, but Jaffrey is also one of those communities that's along the highway there. And then you can swing down even farther south. You can go into communities like Baines Lake, Grassmere, Newgate, right down to the U.S. border. And you can recreate along Koocanusa Reservoir, which is an issue for debate on another day on the Columbia River Treaty, which I'm going to try to advocate more for. But from there, you go into Cranbrook, which is the most populous city in Kootenay East. That's where I was born. That's where I'm from. And to the west of that, you go to places like Moyer, Lumberton, very unique locations as well. So there's a lot of diversity in my riding, a lot of issues. I deal with all the Chamber of Commerces, and every time I have a conversation with them, it's always something different. I communicate with the city councils. And once again, very, very unique issues every time I drop in with those folks. And to be any bigger, I really believe would be a disservice. And that's why these areas have been protected. And that's why the commission has seen it fit to keep these places, keep them protected so that representation isn't dictated by population alone. I also want to give a little shout out to my constituent assistants that handle all this stuff. Heather Smith, who's going to be leaving me at the end of this month, at the end of June. It's May 31st today, but the end of June she's going to be leaving. And I just want to say to her that she's been able to handle all these people every day with a smile on her face. She doesn't care what political stripe you come from. She assists anyone and everyone. And Christy Wielden, my other part-time assistant, she's been absolutely fantastic. The two of them have been quite the dynamic duo. Super, super lucky to have them. But the bitterness of Heather leaving and Christy leaving, actually, I've been able to bring on a new constituent assistant, Jonah Gallants, who some may know from the legislature as he worked in the legislature as a legislative assistant for a couple of years. So he's found his way. He's from Powell River. He understands rural issues, but he sees the differences between Powell River and Kootenay East, that's for sure. And so I'm very lucky to have him. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the ability for MLAs to connect with constituents is vital to an effective democracy. And as such, neither the number of constituents nor the size of electoral district should serve as a barrier to British Columbians having access to the representation they need and are entitled to. We need to protect the trust between elected officials and electors, not dilute it as this legislation seeks to do. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll turn it off to my other colleagues, and I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to get up and speak on Bill 7. I'd like to start by saying that, in some ways, I believe that this is probably one of the most important bills that's going to come before this House. And the reason I say that, Mr. Speaker, is because it has the foundation of democracy really at the heart of it. Now, as we all know, every 2 election cycles, a commission is appointed to review electoral boundaries. And that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. And it takes into consider such things as population. And here in the Lower Mainland, it's pretty straightforward, really. We take a look at the population and we try to get what would be considered equitable and equal. And I have heard an awful lot of talk of one vote should be in one riding should be have the same value as a vote in another riding. And on the face of it, Mr. Speaker, that argument appears at first glance to hold water. However, Mr. Speaker, there are some other factors to be considered with that. And I'm reminded, Mr. Speaker, of that cartoon that we've all seen, where there are 3 individuals standing in front of a fence trying to watch a game, and they're all standing on a box. And one is, well, one of the characters is similar to myself, a little bit vertically challenged, Mr. Speaker. And even though he is standing on a box, the fence is up here and that individual cannot see the game. There's a tall and there's another one, a medium-sized person, Mr. Speaker, standing on the box, and the fence comes to here. They can see the game just fine. And then there's the tall individual that also has a box and is standing on it, and the fence comes to about his waist. They all have a box of the same size, Mr. Speaker. It's equal, but it's not equitable. And democracy needs to be equitable. So the second portion of that cartoon, Mr. Speaker, is you see where the tall man has given his box to the vertically challenged man like myself, and then everyone and all of them can see the game. It is equitable. Sometimes in democracy, and there are many examples, Mr. Speaker, where that exact principle has been taken into account. And as was mentioned by several of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House does not have an issue whatsoever with the Lower Mainland rearranging some of the boundaries based on one vote, one is the same as others. Because here in the Lower Mainland, where approximately 50% of the population of the province lives, it's really not, it's fair. But, Mr. Speaker, there are several examples, even in Canada, where we have votes, especially in the north, federally, for instance, if we look at the far north, they have what would consider, if you use that rule of one vote equals one vote, they have far, far greater vote, yet it's done for a reason, Mr. Speaker. It's done to be equitable and fair. So I've heard some of my colleagues talk about that. And one of the things I'd like to mention, Mr. Speaker, is I come from, as many of you know, I come from Abbotsford. Abbotsford geographically is the largest city in British Columbia. And it's very, very diverse, Mr. Speaker. We're considered to be the city in the country. So we consider ourselves to be both urban and rural. And I can tell you that the needs of rural are vastly different than those of us who live in the city center, in the urban part of Abbotsford. The needs of agriculture and what is required by agriculture, and the needs of those that live in some of the sensitive habitat areas on Sumas Mountain are much, much different, Mr. Speaker, than those of us who live along the major corridor. And that's just Abbotsford, which compared to some of these ridings that you're talking about, Mr. Speaker, is incredibly small by comparison. So what you've heard this side of the House say, Mr. Speaker, is that there needs to be that balance. And there was good reason why the electoral districts, or the regions rather, of the Caribou, Thompson, Columbia, Kootenay, and the North have slightly different considerations to get that equality. So, and for those, to put this into perspective, I think, and I've actually had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, to either work in or travel much of this great province. It's majestic. It's amazing. And it's worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that from the top of the province, up near Watson Lake, all the way to the bottom of the province, it takes longer to drive and is farther distance than it takes to drive from Vancouver all the way to the USA-Mexican border. I think we forget how vast it is. But when it comes to fairness, Mr. Speaker, I would remind those, I want to take a trip through Vancouver. So we have the East End of Vancouver. We have East Vancouver. We have the West End of Vancouver. We have Kitsilano. We have all these different regions in Vancouver that have totally different needs. And they have MLAs to represent those needs. But 11 MLAs, Mr. Speaker, deal with one mayor, one council. That means that the mayor of Vancouver has 11 times the political influence as a region with one city and one MLA. In Abbotsford, we have 3 MLAs. Now, I cross the border where mine is partly the township of Langley as well. But you've heard my colleague just ahead of me rattle off a bunch of names of different councils, of different mayors. They have nowhere near the same influence that the mayor of Vancouver could potentially have, where he can pick up or she can pick up the phone and talk to 11 different MLAs to plead their case. That is not equitable, Mr. Speaker. When up in the north, there may be 30 communities that speak with one MLA, that have the geographical size, as has been mentioned, of some European countries. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, I think especially today of all days, we need to be incredibly sensitive about whom it is that lives in some of these regions. There are First Nations that compose much of some of these regions in the north. Have they been properly consulted? Are we going to add to that urban versus rural divide? Are we going to create more problems by failing to protect these areas as historically has been done? They don't have access to cell phones and cell phone coverage, rather. This government recently made a great announcement that there's going to be cell phone coverage along the one highway because of tragedies that happened on that particular highway. But many communities don't have cell phone coverage at all. I have family that live in various regions of this province, some of which have dial-up if they're lucky enough to have internet connection at all. Right now, Mr. Speaker, we are going to put these ridings at an incredible disadvantage politically if we alter these protected regions. It's not about one vote. It's not about equal. It's about doing what is right democratically to ensure that regions have an equal say. We have 203 First Nations in British Columbia. Have we talked to them? Have we considered some of these changes with them? Have we done our due diligence to make sure that they feel as if their voices are going to be heard? Or will they feel as if they're being pushed, that their needs and their wants are being pushed to the side? As you've heard my colleague say, Mr. Speaker, we have no problem with the Lower Mainland and parts of Vancouver Island redistributing and taking a relook at. It's part of what needs to be done. What is concerning, Mr. Speaker, is that the protected regions that have been protected for very, very strong cases are now going to be put on the so-called chopping block. Some of these regions that take 10 hours to drive through, Mr. Speaker, if the weather is good. And I have had the privilege of driving from the top of the province to the bottom. I've had the privilege of driving throughout the province to the east, through both of the major passes, and I have had the privilege of driving to places like Smithers. I worked in Fort Nelson for a time being. I've seen some of the great expanses of the Peace River area. And Mr. Speaker, I have my concerns with this particular portion in here, and it was the one portion that's been changed. It's and I go to Bill 7. It says, in addition. So I'm going to read this, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important. The current Act and Bill 7 both state that in fixing the boundaries of electoral districts, the Commission must be governed by the principle of representation by population be achieved. However, amongst other factors, the Commission must also recognize in that process, Bill 7 removes that the Commission recognize the legacy of our history and the need to balance the community interests of the people of British Columbia in fixing those boundaries. Bill 7 removes that. In addition, the current Act states that the Commission is permitted to exceed the 25% deviation principle where it considers that very special circumstances exist. That was done so, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that these areas, so if something is as closely knit together as Vancouver, can have drastically different needs from riding to riding. I want you to think now, Mr. Speaker, if you are one of those representatives within that riding, that we're now going to change that because someone decides on the opposite end that having 11 MLAs to one mayor is drastically unfair and it should be one. There would be outrage, and justifiably so, Mr. Speaker, because each area of Vancouver itself and the Lower Mainland, I know in my city alone, there are drastically different needs depending on where you happen to be standing at that particular moment, based on the neighborhoods that you're in. The needs of the Sumas prairies are much different than the needs of those that live in the skyscrapers around Mill Lake, where I'm from. And yes, it may come as a surprise to some of you from Vancouver, but there are a couple of skyscrapers in Abbotsford. We're densifying like everyone else. And the needs of these regions, there are multiple needs within regions themselves that are drastically different, Mr. Speaker. This bill to remove the protection of those is not fair, nor is it equitable. And at the end of the day, I believe we have a duty to make sure that every region of this province has an equal say and representation here in Victoria. And I worry, and what you're hearing my colleagues say, and I'm from the Lower Mainland, so, you know, for me, it'll probably make my riding a little smaller. Odds are. But for the other ridings, to make other ridings drastically larger, I think misses what we actually stand for and what we should represent here in Victoria. This province is one of the most unique geographically in all of Canada. Anyone who's driven it knows you seem to go around a corner and magically the topography changes, the vegetation changes, the types of animals that we encounter change. And I think for the Lower Mainland, it's sometimes difficult to understand, for instance, why an electric vehicle is not really the best choice up north. And the reason for that would be, Mr. Speaker, is that when we had our cold snap down here, we found out how limited a range that would be. There are no charging stations along much of this, Mr. Speaker. But unless you've lived through it, you would not understand it. You'd have to actually drive one to find out, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that's equitable, it's interesting to note, and I think it's only fair to note, that much of the wealth that this province attributes itself to and has garnered from the vast resources that we have, because we are still a province of resources. And Vancouver is the headquarters, generally, for many of these corporations that extract the wealth from the interior, and then there are jobs that are put in the interior, put in the Lower Mainland that are directly related to the wealth that is extracted from this great province. They will then lose their say, or a portion of their say, if we reduce the size of these ridings and reduce the representation of these ridings in the interior, as was mentioned. That's not fair, nor is it equitable. It can't just all be about the Lower Mainland. We can't drastically change political representation, Mr. Speaker, just because it fits us and we think that one vote should be the same in the Lower Mainland as it should be in the farthest northern parts of the province that's sparsely populated, that covers hundreds and hundreds of square miles, if not thousands of square miles. The needs in certain regions are drastically different than they are here in the Lower Mainland, Mr. Speaker. We need to take that into account. We need to understand, I believe, that while we're doing this and while we're looking at this, that the issue that you're seeing this side of the House talk about is to ensure that the voices of some of these more sparsely populated regions are actually have the ability to be heard. Ask yourself, is it fair that some cities have as much as 11 representatives versus sharing one representative between 20 or 30 different cities or municipalities or districts? We can all admit that there is an urban-rural divide in British Columbia. There are those in the north, in the interior, that feel as if, and I got to experience this, Mr. Speaker, when I was the mayor of Abbotsford, and the mayors would hold their own meetings. And I sat down with some of my mayors, and we would talk about the differences and the things that they had to go through versus what those of us in the Lower Mainland. We even at the UBCM divided up into large cities and small cities, and the needs are different. The complexities that a large city goes through is entirely different to what a smaller rural city goes through. And that's just one example, Mr. Speaker. So we need to balance that. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that the risk of removing the protection of these areas, to me, the risk far exceeds just leaving them as they are. They were protected for a reason, and well thought out rationale went into why they should be protected. And I believe that it should stay that way, Mr. Speaker. I believe that it was therefore a very good reason. And I think that the ability to connect with your constituents is important, Mr. Speaker, and the ability for constituents to connect with their MLAs. And for us here in the Lower Mainland, it's not a big deal. I'll just grab my phone and I'll just send an email to my MLA. That doesn't happen where my mother happens to live. It's handwriting. It's a letter. It's snail mail. And she gets delivery once a week, and she's lucky. There are regions in this province that not only don't have cell phone coverage, Mr. Speaker, they don't have emails or internet, Mr. Speaker, but they may not get mail delivery for weeks, let alone once a week. Some of the challenges that some of these remote communities go through, Mr. Speaker, are like night and day compared to here in the Lower Mainland. And I believe that if we reduce their ability to access their MLAs, which is their right, that there will be problems, that we will be doing the exact opposite of what democracy should be doing, which is having fair and equitable representation. I think that especially from this side of the House and looking at the other side of the House talks about being equitable all the time. Yet when it comes to this particular case, Mr. Speaker, I think it needs a sober second thought. As you've heard, our side of the House is more than okay with realigning boundaries in the Lower Mainland and parts of the more densely populated areas.
You're only hearing this side of the House speak up about the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, I don't come from one of the rural areas, even though we call ourselves a city in the country. I'm in the lower mainland. For me to go see a doctor, go see I can go see a whole bunch of MLAs within an hour's drive. It's not an issue at all. It's just unjust, actually, to take that representation away from our interior and northern communities, where a 10-hour commute could potentially become a 20-hour commute. And that's when the roads are good. Think about that. I can drive through my riding in a half hour, provided the number one's not clogged up, but that's a different story, Mr. Speaker. I can travel, and I've got one of the larger ridings in the Lower Mainland geographically. To continue to take this protection away from these ridings, I think is unjust, and I think it will weaken the democracy in this province, because it will weaken the representation that many of these ridings have earned and relied upon. And I think we're looking at it in a very egocentric way, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at one vote equaling one vote. There are many, many examples, not just in British Columbia, but in Canada, and also even in the United States, Mr. Speaker, where they have figured out that being equitable is not always the same as equal. So I would encourage this House, I would encourage the members on the other side to ensure that those ridings are protected. Let's increase our numbers, that's fine. Let's increase the amount of MLAs, that's fine. We may have, however that's going to look and pan out inside the legislature, that's all right. That's fair. But to reduce the ridings and increase the travel time and limit the ability of northern and interior constituents to be able to have reasonable access to their MLAs, when one considers they can't just pick up a phone necessarily, when you don't have internet, when you do not have a cell phone, the differences are like night and day, Mr. Speaker. That's why you're hearing my colleagues speak up. They want to ensure that their constituents have just as strong a voice as a riding that's only a few blocks big. It's fair, it's just, it's equitable to leave these ridings as they are. And when you combine the fact that there are 203 First Nations that I don't believe have been consulted properly with this yet, I just think it's a mistake to go down this road, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's a mistake to reduce the representation. It's undemocratic in my mind, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the ability to speak to this. I'm pleading with my colleagues on the other side to listen, to absorb, and to try and put yourself in the place of some of these more northern and less populated ridings. I want you to imagine trying to drive 20 hours in 40 below weather to go have a meeting with your MLA and your car break down. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. Imagine equal versus equitable. And I think we all want to be equitable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Noting the hour, or would you like me to continue?
Member can speak for a couple of minutes, then noting the hour, ask for adjournment of debate.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 7, the Electoral Boundaries Commission Amendment Act, because I believe wholeheartedly that every British Columbian deserves to have proper representation in this House. A fundamental pillar of democracy is representation, especially throughout all parts of this province of ours. And Mr. Speaker, in my critic role as the critic for agriculture, I have traveled to so many corners of this huge province of British Columbia. And it's interesting, when I was given the opportunity to become the agriculture critic for our party, I thought, wow, this really makes sense, because as a farmer myself, having grown up, still living on the family farm in Delta that I was born and raised on, I thought, wow, I know a lot about agriculture. I certainly know about the dairy industry. I know about raising livestock. I know about potatoes, about planting corn, harvesting potatoes, all the things that are sort of common to the Fraser Valley. I kind of understand the cranberry industry and the things that we do in the Fraser Valley. But then as I started to travel around this province in the last 3.5 years as a critic for agriculture, I just realized how vast this province is and how people are different. They even wear different clothes in different parts of the province. We don't wear Wrangler jeans and Roper boots and cowboy hats down here in Langley and Delta and in the big city of Vancouver or Victoria. It's a vastly different province, and I realized just how different things are from an agricultural perspective, because I thought, well, I know lots about agriculture, but then suddenly you arrive in the Okanagan and you go, wow, what a huge industry it is, the tree fruit industry, where people are up there busting their butts to, be in the orchard business and converting from orchard to the grape industry. So there's cherries, there's apples, there's peaches, people suffering in that industry. People doing rather well in the wine industry up in the Okanagan Valley. And then we move on to the Kootenays, and we have some wonderful dairy farms in the Kootenays. We have cattle ranching in the Kootenays. We have tree fruits in the Kootenays as well. And then you keep moving around the province to the Caribou-Chilcotin, which is a huge ranching and beef cattle part of British Columbia, where people are making a living raising beef cattle. And then you move to the northern part of BC, to the Peace Country, and you realize, wow, what an incredibly vast area we have in our province. Hugely vast. When you put together Peace River South and the ridings of Peace River North, and you look at the canola and the wheat and the grass seed and the hay and the different crops that are grown up there, it's really quite incredible how diverse this province is with agriculture alone. And then we go to Vancouver Island and we look at salmon farming and aquaculture, which is part of our agricultural mandate as well. So there's so much more to the agricultural critic role than just what I knew about in the Fraser Valley. And I want to get into my travels throughout this province and just how big this province is and how diverse the communities are and the needs of people, whether you're a farming or a businessman in the Kootenays or in Fort St. John or in Dawson Creek or wherever you happen to be. It's so important to have the ability to travel and connect with your MLA to discuss issues that are so common for us in Delta, where somebody can jump in their car and within 20 minutes they can be at my office to discuss important MLA issues. But this is different in other parts of the province, and I would like to continue my conversation about this at a later point. So, Mr. Speaker, noting the hour, I would reserve my opportunity to and move adjournment of this debate.
Honourable members, you heard the motion. Those who are participating remotely, have your voting cards ready. All in favor of adjourning the debate, indicate aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Supply Section A reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Labour and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
At the next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. C of Supply, Section C, reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction and reports progress on the Ministry of Children and Family Development and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
At the next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion to adjourn the House. All in favor indicate aye. Those who oppose, motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.